a test. I'm just going to see whether anybody picks this up, whether anybody can hear me. Um, I'm way off center with the actual camera. I guess because it's a big tablet and the camera is right over there. Maybe. Let's just wait and see if YouTube puts this out there. I didn't, because it's a separate device, I don't have my text files to copy and paste descriptions. I didn't have the right photos for thumbnails. So it's very much just it's just me kicking the tires. Roger, hello. But I'm on a different device, my friend. This time the tablet let me see the buttons at the bottom for going live and for saving, and previously it didn't. I've no idea. I've got no idea what's going on here. I've got a safety pin inside the tent. I've got a bunch of them, but I wouldn't know how far was safe to stick into the microphone hole. And it's just a tiny hole that's only just big enough for a safety pin. Not something I would do lightly. The advice to use a brush, that'd be great if I had a small brush. I did have one for wiping flies off a fly killer zapper thing, but I got a hole in my pocket and that's gone the way of the, I don't know what's gone the way of the dodos. Everything's breaking at the minute. I've got a set of solar powered, well, I've got 3 sets of solar powered Christmas lights. One of them has been out in the sun for 2 days and he's off already. It's been dark for what, an hour and a half, 2 hours? I don't even know what time it is. Give us a second. 11. Yeah, an hour and a half. It's been dark an hour and a half. It's already run out of power, one set of them. Another set is looking really dim. And another set, the solar panel literally dropped off the 2 wires yesterday. Literally snapped off. It's entropy, my friends, it's entropy. You go from having things that are organized and working to having things that are not working. You never wake up the next, there's no way that one day you will wake up and this solar panel kind of power pack that's fallen off those wires, there isn't a day in the between now and the end of the universe where you'll wake up and they've just spontaneously reattached. They will spontaneously detach, but they will never spontaneously reattach. I see people joining me. I don't see comments, just Roger's one comment. This is maybe other people, random people dropping in just to see what is this. For your information, folks, I tried to go live with what I call a TrampCast Hangout some moments ago, and the audio on my phone is it's like the microphone's entirely blocked. In fact, I just recorded a video on the same device and did playback, and only the left speaker or top speaker was working. No audio came out of the bottom. This may be something to do with sweaty hands and things through the day. Terry, how you doing, mate? I'm on a different device. I had some awkwardness where the live stream that I'd created on the other phone, when I tried to access it from this device, the options to save settings and to go live were off screen. It's like the magnification was wrong. Stuff. There were buttons, but they were off screen, so it could never be clicked. I don't know what to do with that. So I'm just going to give it a few minutes here and see if we pick up any of the original crowd. I don't know. I haven't entered a description. I haven't put in any keywords. I haven't set anything up. Even the title's probably not right. I haven't even checked the number of the episode, folks. I think 28, but who knows? I don't even know I've put the episode number in this one. It's all a bit of a fuck up. Ouch, too hot. Hot, hot, hot. Wow. Okay, folks, what were we going to talk about? Oh, I've just had a little experience. We're after 5 minutes in, so we'll make a start. So just before I decided to come outside, Tina was already tied up outside. I brought her some food and her water. She'd been out about a quarter of an hour, and I was just getting a few things ready and preparing mentally rather than actually doing anything. And I sensed some movement in the bedroom, and I thought, oh, it'll be a fly. Don't look, no problem. And then I sensed more movement, and I looked, and there's this little fucking brown mouse running across the foot of my bed and dropping off and down. Now, because I thought I heard some mice or a mouse maybe a week ago, I deployed 2 of my mouse traps, and I'd put barbecue sauce in the little pot, the bait. They're empty. Ants. The ants have emptied the bait out of the mouse traps. So I've just put some, what came to hand, it wasn't mayonnaise, ketchup. I put some ketchup in the bait. It's a little trap. It's like this little screw pot that you release from underneath. The traps are so deadly you don't put your fingers anywhere near them. They're you don't open them up to put something in. You come in from underneath. These are deadly traps. Now I've got 4 traps, and I've had 2 deployed for the last week. Probably now are both baitless because of the ants. But I now, where I'd heard what I thought was scurrying, and I couldn't tell whether it was inside the tent or out, I now know that there is at least one mouse getting access somehow into the tent. And I've got one trap baited. Tomorrow, all 4 will be baited and put in different parts of the tent, because I know how this escalates. I've been through this. Never in summer, though, I don't think. That's the weird part. It's a little cute, tiny little thing with these big ears, but I know how it escalates. I think he might have come in on one of the wires, like from the solar panel or from the cool box that comes in. The cool box comes in through the door. The solar panel comes in through a special slit specifically intended for electronic devices. The cool box is a little bit further away. It doesn't quite reach. The cable's not long enough. So I'm going to have to look. There's also the fact that Tina's destroyed the doorway the other side. So the skirt of the door lays a little flatter. It could have come in from there. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to... because I've got to keep the mouse traps. They are. I mean, they would take your finger off. Probably. They wouldn't, but they do serious damage. And I've got a dog. I got to keep her. So the traps have to be somewhere that would attract the mice, or where the mice tend to stick around walls and barriers. They move around the sides. They don't move across the center of ground unless they're being chased or feeling particularly confident. Little bastards. I'm going to have to deploy the rest of the traps and make sure everything's correctly baited tomorrow, but then put the traps away out of reach of Tina, because I don't want to hurt my girl. I couldn't live with that. If she sticks her tongue in the mousetrap and it takes her tongue off, chunks of her tongue. No. Anyway, folks, there are 9 of you. 9 of you have found me. I don't know how. You haven't announced yourself. Come and say hello. I tried going live before. I had to abandon it because I was on my phone, and apparently the microphone and speakers are not working correctly. Bit of an issue. I'm wondering if I can just rub some soapy water over the openings. Obviously some will get in, but it's soapy water. As long as I'm not like pouring water in, a little bit of soapy water over the opening, break down any grease or anything that might be there. But it's just being pulled in by capillary action, isn't it? Where water gets drawn into a thin channel, a groove, or a small hole. They're no bigger than a pinhole. They're pin-sized things. I think that's the microphone. It's the microphone on one end. It's the speaker at the top. Karen Graham, hello, hello. So, you guys that didn't make it, I'm assuming most of you guys didn't make it to my aborted attempt at doing a TrampCast Hangout tonight. My phone didn't work. I had 10 minutes of battling and trying to make shit happen, and it just didn't. I'm now on my tablet, which failed first time around because I couldn't find the buttons to press to go live. I was on the right screens in the settings, but magnification was off, and the buttons to start were off the side of the screen. It's okay, Tina. It's just a car or van. It's a car. You're okay. Tina's okay. Hey, Tina's okay. No problem. No hay problema. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. No problem. Just wave at the nice people. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about tonight? If we're going to carry on with this, I started this as an experiment. I haven't populated half of the fields in the YouTube, in the setup when you create a stream. There's no description or keywords or any of that malarkey. Appreciate those of you that have given it a thumbs up, but I'm probably most undeserving. This all seems, if I had to go through this rigmarole every time I wanted to go live, I would probably give it up. Sign of Nature's in the house, my favorite conspiracy theorist and what's the word? Man of the land. There's another word, isn't there? Something citizen. Oh, I can't remember the words, my friend. I haven't got the vocabulary. Free man of the land, sovereign citizen. Cheers to you, Sign of Nature. Sorry, mate, can't remember your real name. I'm sure you have told me. I like when they come down the road really confidently and really fast. Those are the ones that end up bottoming out and scraping breaking their oil pan, or what it was called, the oil sump on the rocks in the middle of the road. Sovereign citizen, yeah. Whoa, I did kind of get there. I think I got there before you. Yeah, sovereign citizen, free man of the land. It's all a Navy contract, and if you don't sign to the contract, you're not bound by the laws. Okay. Admiralty laws. Okay, folks, what day is it? This is Thursday night, isn't it? It's Thursday. Now, the reason I wanted to go live in the first place, I did a video earlier, because today marks 7 days until my 3rd anniversary of being homeless. So I'm just trying to draw a little attention to this fact, and over the next 7 days I will be making a few videos either out of the thumbnails of the videos, tell the story in thumbnails, or downloading some of my own videos and adding a commentary around them, reacting to my own videos. In particular, my first ever video, maybe some of the others from that first week, or maybe I might do one reaction that encapsulates that whole first week. I'm not sure where. I'm playing with ideas in my head at the minute. I haven't started doing the doing. But also my first live stream is, you know this, if you've been here a while, you'll have heard me talk about TrampCast 001. Now that was already 2.5 hours, so I might have to break that down into 2, 3, maybe even 4 sessions, and maybe clip some bits out, cut some bits away, and just add commentary around the important bits. You know me, I probably waffled on a little bit too much around some of the topics. But there are some important events within that live stream, like my first contact with Karen when she offered to come and cut my hair. If you watch that stream, and I've got the beard down here, long and rectangular, downwards, and the rest of my hair is like that. And she says, "Oh, I'm over here. I'm a hairdresser. I'll come cut your hair and trim your beard." And she did. And we've been busy mates ever since, kind of thing. We've been very good friends ever since. However long that's been now, it's got to be a good couple of years, hasn't it? Thank you, Karen. I don't know if you've made it. I haven't seen it. Karen hasn't made it in yet. She was in the original video that I was trying to get started. She probably gave up on it and has gone, I don't know, gone out or gone to bed or something. As well as drinking coffee, folks, I did just, if you were in that other stream, I did just make 2 cups of coffee, and they are very hot and in insulated cups, so they're going to stay hot. But prior to that, I did go to the shop and buy some beer, and I bought cold, as well as I bought a 12-pack of beer. But while I was there, I thought, you know what? I've been roasting my bits off all day, sweating like a hot, sweaty thing. Grab yourself a couple of cans of cold beer. So I did. I'm at the end of one cold can, and I think I've got, it's not so cold anymore. I've had it a little while. I paid extra for the coldness, and they're no longer cold. No comments after Sign of Nature and his sovereign citizen. I'm gonna go top chat and back to live chat. No comments. I'm losing. Fucking hell. Whoa! He flew past, guys. Must have been going double the speed limit. And oh, well, then you heard the engine backfire as well, didn't you? Missed timing. It's always the way. These guys that are so fucking revving the arse off it and, whoa, listen to me. And then their engine mistimes and backfires. 19 degrees here today, very pleasant. Yeah, 19 would be nice. I would give my eye teeth for that. I didn't. Let me have a look whether there's a forecast on there. No, I'm in the wrong part of the alerts. That's not alert. That's the settings, not the alerts. I'm not a fan. Okay, tomorrow will be 29 through the day, and the minimum in the night will be 25 tomorrow night. Probably the same tonight. There's a little bit of wispy high cloud adding insulation. 29. 25 at like 6 in the morning is... Put it this way, I'm not going to be feeling cold tonight. I said in, I think it was last night's... What did we do last night? We did a TrampCast last night, didn't we? A proper TrampCast. I said last night that we'd had one day where I was the wrong side of comfortable at like 5 or 6 in the morning. And I'd considered pulling, basically, guys, let me, somebody had a go at me a couple of weeks ago over the state of my bed, and I tried to explain that I can't get out the side of the bed and walk off. I have to shuffle to the bottom every time. Basically, I've pulled the cover off the quilt. I've got 2 quilts under me, one at the bottom, one is supposed to be above. And that's a pretty one with a nice pretty cover over. But I've pulled the cover off the quilt and just laid it over the top. And I thought the other day, oh, maybe I'll just get under that. It'll be like a double sheet. I'll just get under that. just the wrong side of comfortable. I didn't, in the end, I didn't do it. Just because it would break the run of 4 or 5 months of not even getting into bed. How did you fix the sound? You like this, Karen? I'm on the tablet. I tried being on the tablet before, and something about the magnification, the screen size, the buttons for save settings and go live were off the screen. Everything was wrong. Couldn't get there. After I hung up the previous attempt, I came into the tablet and thought I'll try setting it up from scratch in this tablet. And I got there, and I only pumped in my first attempt. I just pumped in like test, 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 and it looked like it was going to work. So I went back and I put a semi-okay title, no description. I don't think I've set the location. I haven't put any keyword. I just went live. I did try using the tablet to after I disconnected. I tried using the tablet to reconnect, and it wouldn't pick it up. It wouldn't go with it. Maybe there's different resolutions, and YouTube won't let me switch devices halfway through a stream. I don't know what it might be, but for whatever reason, it didn't work. And also the settings were not fully on the screen. So yeah, I figured I'd give it a go, and hey, it worked. But there I was without any of the proper settings, without any of you guys, without any of the regulars here. Do I think it's the phone? I do now, because I did a video using the camera, and when I went to play it back, there was no playback from the right-hand side, only the left, which tells me stuff's getting clogged. Now, whether it's getting clogged with debris, or whether it's getting clogged like with sweat, with the moisture, just because of me being a sweaty mammal, I don't know. I was just proposing before that I might get like a soapy cloth and just wipe the edges, wipe the top and bottom. Some of the soapy water will undoubtedly get drawn in to the microphone slots. I say unintended. I'm not deliberately going to stand there, squeeze the cloth and pour water into the holes. But if I just wipe past it, a little bit of detergent or surfactant will go in there and might, if it's a moisture cloggy buildup, if it's a greasy, oily, moistury thing, that might work. If it's fluff, then we're back to safety pins or vacuum cleaners or something, which I haven't got. Safety pin I've got, but everything I read says don't stick sharp things into microphone and speaker sockets. So I don't know. When you say you need a headset, look at you. I haven't said anything and you're already trying to go out shopping. Stop it. People, tell her stop it. She's unstoppable. I accidentally mentioned something that would help or something that's useful, and the next time I see her, she comes around with 6 of them. Tell her to stop, please. Okay. Would it be like something gamers use? It could be as simple as something that normal people use, a normal headphone that you use on the phone. Headphone with a little, this one, look. This, it looks like, I haven't used this, I've never used this before. Where are we? Oh, I don't know how to do this. How do I show you? I'm working in the dark as well. Where'd it go? Here's the plug, here's the 2 headphone pieces. Where's the big lump of plastic that looks like it's got a microphone? There. Okay. Try and stick with me here. Old style headphone jack. Tablet will take one of these, phone won't. Phone will need a USB connecting headset and microphone. 2 earphone bits. Okay, obvious enough. But this, where are we? This looks like it's a microphone for phone conversations. I can't be 100% sure, but I think that looks like that would be a microphone. And indeed, hold on, you should be able to tell from how many black stripes there are on. Yeah, there are multiple stripes. Where are we? There are multiple stripes there on the jack. That tells you it's headphone and microphone. I think if it's a microphone, you only have the one line, not the two, or you only have two, not three, depending on how you count this end bit. I don't know. You'd need Jack Attack or Chipmunk to confirm for me, but I'm fairly sure. Now this has a headphone jack. Oh, and I've just put in water. Oh, it's a very wet night, folks. There's a lot of dew, even this early. Everything's wet. So it doesn't have to be the big set of cans with the big boom. It doesn't have to be that. I don't know whether those give better quality or not. My hope is that I can just find a little tiny brush or either the soapy water or a little tiny brush and clear the orifices, clear the apertures is a better word than orifices. I have headphones for you're going to say for the phone, aren't you? For that phone. You're spoiling me. Shut up, stop it. Sea salt gets into everything. We're a little distance away. I won't rule it out entirely. I think it's more likely moisture from bodily fluids. And I'm thinking sweat before any of you get off on... I know what you lot are like. I know what you like. Just because I said bodily fluids. I paid 10 cents extra per can and they're warm again now. Well, they're not cold. I can bring a vac and see if that helps too. That might be an option. That might be an option. A handheld, like a car vacuum thing. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Oh, what's that? That's a flying ant. I think, but okay, it fell. It's not a very good flying ant, which would be about right, because they only fly for about 3 days out of their entire life, don't they? That would be about right. Not very well versed at the... Oh, my Brighton... I'm going to go Max. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm going to say Max. It was a short name, 3 or 4 letters. I think Max. Isotonic beer. Indeed, I had that argument the other day. It is Max. I got there. Look at this. I'm getting really good at this name thing. Except for... Who was it further back? Sign of Nature. Apparently, he's told me his name and I forgot it, and he got in a grump with me when I asked for it again the other day. Sorry, my friend. I'm no good at the whole names and faces thing in general. See, I can't remember. I know Terence has a shortened version, and I can't remember whether it's Terry, Tell, or Tez. I'm just bad at this name thing. I think he's Terry. But he could well be Tell. He could even be Tez. I don't know. Karen is Karen. She never went with Cags or Cat or any of those other diminutives. Is that the moon behind you? Yeah, tell us about the moon in New York City. Yeah, that is the moon up by the power cable. That's how close it is, folks. The moon is just 30 yards that way. Forget all these people that tell you it's 250,000 miles or 400,000 kilometers. They're lying. It's just by that power cable, just there. Look, it's just on the tip of my finger. It's about a yard away. You ever seen the pictures of Arthur Conan Doyle? The guy that wrote Sherlock Holmes was convinced that fairies were real. because he saw a photograph of a girl holding her hand out like that. Hold on, and there was another girl. Oh, I can't. I've got to reverse my. It's all reversed. You got to go down but like that. And instead of just the moon being there, it was a girl just above her hand. And what it was, this girl was on a hill and had jumped just as the photograph was taken, and the other girl had got a hand like that. And Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies because they'd been photographed. He'd seen it. Elementary, my dear Watson. Get the fuck. Honestly. I guess whenever you get a new invention like that, a radical new technology, it's ripe for exploitation and for con men. I mean, these girls weren't conning anyone. They weren't taking money. It was a prank, but he was fully on board. What can you say? Max's short-term memory is bad. Mine's not bad generally. It's names and faces. I literally have to meet people 4, 5, maybe 6 times before I can confidently walk up to them and say, "Oh, Fred, how you doing?" Up to that point, I'm like, "Oh, is it Fred? Oh, I'll stay quiet. Oh, I'm not sure." Bad. Yeah, soul mining as well. I can't remember your name, Mark. Give us a clue. Soul mining. I keep threatening to go back through and play. I played back last night's video today purely because of the sound thing. So I wasn't building my list of names and handles. I do have a list of handles to names, but not everybody's on it because I don't build it while we're live. I have to watch the video back, and it's not just the list of names that I make. Anything I get wrong, sometimes I totally misspeak. The last night, right at the beginning, I said about how I'd copied and pasted a block of text that had said first broadcast Sunday da 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 da. I changed the date. I didn't change Sunday. I read Sunday out. Yesterday wasn't a fucking Sunday. Yeah, no, it. I also at one point talked about the phone being a Sony phone rather than a Samsung phone. I don't know why. The 2 ladies that bought me my first phone while I was a tramp, while I was homeless, they are Anita and Tina. And when I last spoke about them, I said Anita and Karen. Sorry, Tina. It's not the first time I got a name wrong either. No explanation, no idea why. Sometimes you're just... I don't even notice I got the name wrong or the word wrong until I listen to it back. What do you do? Steve, I remember Steve. Okay, you're the one that I remember. Steve. Thank you, my friend. I will eventually, I will build up my list and I will get used to the fact that soul mining is Steve. What does that say? Christopher Cross Arthur's theme. Author's theme. That's not how you spell author, but it's not how you spell Arthur either. I don't know where we're going there. I don't know what or why. I got to, oh, okay, lyrics earworm. The moon and New York City. Something about don't get yourself, if you get stuck between the moon and New York City, then you'll know it's true or love. I don't fucking know. I do like when American TV shows show the moon, they don't half magnify it. And I think to do it properly, they have to drive like 50 miles that way and then do like a massive zoom in. And you just see the tops of a tree and this huge moon. You got to be a distance away and then zoom and pass some landmark or whatever. Does anybody remember Moonlighting? Bruce Willis's breakthrough. Okay, good tune. If you get stuck between the moon and New York City. I can't remember the rest of the words, but yeah. Whereas Moonlighting was something like some fly by day, some fly by night. I'm going to say Al Jarreau. Some fly by day, some fly by night. Choo, 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 choo. Can't remember the rest of it, folks. Isn't that bad? I loved that program when I was like 15. I thought it was so romantic. If you saw me cry, was that yesterday? It was. I cried on camera again. Almost, kind of, sort of. While being immensely angry. Fucking immensely angry. I gotta clip that and put that out there. Bruce, no, he's on his way out, isn't he? He's some form of early dementia. Because he's not actually that old. What is he, about 10 years older than me? Mid-60s, maybe. Somewhere, maybe late 60s. I'm trying to think. I was 15. Moonlighting was on. I would have said he was mid-20s, 25, maybe 30 at a push. She was older. Sybil must have been older by a good 10, maybe 15 years. See, she saw that program as being centered around her, and then you've got this youngster that they're just bringing in to be a for the quips and he became this fucking international treasure, this cool guy with the quips. And shortly after Moonlighting finished, how'd it go? He started doing a few songs, didn't he? Under the Boardwalk and similar. And he got a bit of attention, ended up on like Top of the Pops, unbelievably. He did, but not just a one-hit wonder. He had 3 or 4 hits. And then, bizarrely, they announced he was going to do an action film. And everyone's like, what the fuck? This young guy, comedy actor, who left Moonlighting and had 3 or 4 kind of semi-trashy pop hits. They weren't trashy, that's not the right word. He was covering jazz songs and or jazzy, and maybe jazz isn't the right word. Blues or jazz, I'm not sure. But he did some covers, and then suddenly they announced this guy's going to do an action film, and everyone went, oh, fuck. That's a step too far. The name of the film? Die Hard. One of the best fucking films ever. Certainly one of the best Christmas films ever, even though he says it's not a Christmas film. But don't listen to him, he's fucking nuts. Sorry, Brucci. Don't listen to him, he's fucking nuts. How could he not see that that's a Christmas film? Guy travelling across the country to be with a family member or to be with his family at Christmas. Snow all around. The songs and the Christmas trees and the office party. It's basically a Christmas party, the Christmas tree, the ho 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 and the Father Christmas in the lift. Or the weather outside is frightening. It's not a Christmas film. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Of course it's a Christmas film. Blind Date. Was that Bruce and Kim Basinger? Was that not Tom Selleck? Maybe that wasn't Blind Date. Maybe that was a girl's name. Oh. Was it Bruce or was it Tom? No, you might. I think that might be Tom Selleck. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a different film. Bruce isn't well. No, he's definitely not. He's on his way. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, I've got to be careful what I say. Some of these dementia things, some of these brain things lead to the body stopping working, and some of them just wipe your personality and leave you there as a shell? Husk? Terrible words, terrible wording. Best Christmas film is Holiday. I love it, Karen. It's gay as fuck. As a bloke who actually likes it, it's... See, I've said I'm a romantic. I like it. What's really frightening about Holiday is that the little old man with the Oscars, so when she goes over there, what's she called? I want to say Kate something or other, but that's not right. She was the girl on the boat, on the door that kicked Leo overboard. Winslet. Kate Winslet. When she goes over to America, and there's the guy down the street who keeps getting lost, a little shuffling old man, and she gets talking to him, and he's got all these awards for film scores and film music. That's Eli Wallach. The ugly in The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. The Mexican bandit in The Magnificent Seven. He's the biggest, baddest baddie in like film fucking history. And he's this little shuffling old man that can't remember where he lives. That's quite poignant. He's in a lot of those spaghetti westerns. I don't remember exactly which. I might even get some of them wrong. But he was definitely the baddie in Magnificent Seven. Hey, gringo! Little old man shuffling along the road. That's poignant. I don't know if it's good or bad. I watched a similar film once with Ernest Borgnine in it. There's a guy. Ernest Borgnine was in films with Jimmy Cagney in maybe the 40s or the 50s, and he kept going until like, I don't know, he died about 2020, I think. That's a long career, folks. That's a long, long, long career. 12 Monkeys was a good film. You are correct. Sound is a bit better. I'm on a different device, mate. I'm on the tablet. I tried doing a stream earlier, and I had to give it up after 5 or 10 minutes. I tried everything I could, sucking gunk out of the ports, blowing, talking right into the microphone. None of it was any good. Even if they could hear me while I was talking in the side, what are they looking at? It's the camera's perpendicular to the star of the show. Actually, the camera would have been pointing to the true star of the show. I don't think this one doesn't have a flash. There is no light bulb. Let me check. I'm looking at my settings. There is not a flash. So I can reverse the camera and point it that way. But, oh, there you go. Look, I can do that. There's the star of the show. Hey, Tina. Auntie Karen. Tina? She might be asleep. Jack Attack. No, she's actually asleep, folks. Apparently I've unplugged the light and I didn't know I'd done that, so I'm going to have to plug that back in. There she is. Fast asleep, apparently. And there oh, that's an extreme close-up. Sorry, folks, you didn't want that. Did anybody see the comment on one of my videos earlier? Somebody, I'm sure it's someone trying to catfish me. It's probably a bloke. Someone asking, "Are you single?" And I said, "I know." Isn't it incredible? Someone as debonair and handsome and intelligent as me, living in a field single. And she comes back, exactly. Fuck off. Not falling for that shit. Probably some fucking 6'6", 200 kilogram, 400-pound trucker. I'm not as green as I am cabbage looking. Let me see if I can find the missing cable for this light, because... Oh, you got the extreme close-up again. I do apologise. Was not my intent. Now I just got to find the port. There it is. There it is. Oh, itchy nose again. You see this whole stick a pin in the microphone. Everything online says don't stick a pin in the microphone. So what do? I've read that a brush, if you've got a fine brush, I don't know if it's fluff or dust or if it's bodily secretions. I am a sweaty beast, and I'm in Spain this time of year. The short recorded vids are fine. The videos that I did yesterday and today were fine. I just tried one tonight and it wasn't. When I played it back, it only played out of the top speaker. Didn't come out of the bottom, and it did sound muffled or underwater or under a blanket, however we want to describe it. So maybe it's getting worse. I don't know. And how am I getting my hand on it? That's nowhere near. God, I read that so wrong there, Karen. You put your backdrop looks well spooky with the moon. I read it as your back door. I wondered where we were going there. You're not in the tent. I am not. I'm sat outside at the Big Pine. Have you seen the Big Pine coffee table? What can I show you without embarrassing myself too much? Don't hold anything against me. Oh, you can't see shit. Maybe it'll adjust. Here we go. I'm sat on the camera sits on top of Tina's food canister. There's the phone stand and the phone, but this big pine table is what we're perched on, and I am, as you suspect. Can you see the street lights? That's a lot brighter on screen than it is in real life. There's my tennis racket fly killer zapper thing, and around. Oh, I gotta be careful. And around, and you're looking towards the sea, but you probably. It's kind of a bit. Yeah, it's shining. The sea is shining under the moonlight. You can see the moon. See the moonlight on the sea, and up there's the moon. It's a lot crisper in real life. That's a bad picture of the moon. Oh, let's put it back. Let's put the star. Yeah, look at that. That's a much better picture of the moon than the other camera. With the pin, just do it carefully. Maybe. Or just get an external microphone, folks. Percussive maintenance may help. My favorite kind of maintenance. It's the only type I'm qualified. As a caveman, it is the only type I'm qualified for. I'm not fixing electrical contacts. I'm not soldering anything, but give it a bit of a whack. I can do that. Am I streaming at 1080? Okay. I got no idea. The phone is capable of 1080, but I think it seems to fall back on 720p, isn't it? Yeah. I never remember these modern numbers. It was 640 when I was a kid. Well, when I was an adult, actually. What, VGA? And then Super VGA. VGA and Super VGA. And then they had to try coming up with other words to fill. Where do you go after super? And it's like new when you have a version of a file, you call it like file, and then you have an updated version, updated file. Then you have another new file, new file. You back yourself into a corner with the numbering or naming. I tell you what, I did notice. I watched last night's one back again. My phone suddenly, every time I touched the screen, every time I touched the screen to try and like scroll the chat and what, there was a click that was audible. Never done that before. Now here's what might be happening, folks. This is a possible. I've tried to link the two devices together for sharing and synchronizing files and updating things. It's possible that the phone has picked up settings from the tablet when I'm trying to synchronize and join them, and me touching the screen didn't used to make a click, and in last night's video I noticed it did, and that might, although this isn't, I don't hear a click. I don't know if you do when I just touch the screen. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that is. I don't know where that's come from. I haven't changed settings to do with clicking on touch or on. I haven't changed, as far as I know. I've changed very little. I'm trying to synchronize a specific folder across the two. I had to install a third-party app because the built-in sharing and stuff would only share settings or files from specific apps, and I just had a folder I just wanted to coordinate or synchronize between the two devices. Basically, it's the assets for making videos. All of the thumbnails and the 3 or 4 text files that I use regularly. And when I make like the collage for TrampCast, so you see the 3 images along the bottom. A tramp, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, the successes, the failures, the happenings, and then it just says TrampCast diagonally. That line of 3 images. I got another image that has the times, 5 p.m. Spain, 4 p.m. UK, 11 a.m. Eastern US, and then I have just a black image that's empty that I can put text over. So I have these assets that I want to use, and a couple of I have the one where I cut to it and I try to get you to click the like and subscribe and do that. That's a little bit long. I want to redo that. It's also me a little bit unkempt. Yeah. So I've got certain assets and things, and I want to synchronize those. I want to have a folder with those assets in so that they're just available to me without me manually copying stuff and synchronizing between them. That's basically the only change I've made. And the Notes app to synchronize between the two, but that went wrong the first time I tried to do it. I made a change in one. The next day I make a change in the other. I go back to that and it says, oh, there's a clash. You've updated both since it was last synchronized. And I'm like, synchronizing is your job. You've had a fucking day to sort it out. What are you? Yeah. What's the point of a synchronized app that you have to synchronize manually? The entire point is it's meant to just take care of this shit in the background so it not bother me. Anyway, those are the only changes I think I've made. Unless the device has decided to try and share some settings backwards and forwards and something's gone wrong in the way. The keypad, where are you going there? Has the temp sensor, needs a tap now and again, I found, when low charge input numbers. I don't know where we're going there. What's the QI? QI is wireless charging. Never used it. Never used wireless charging. The phone's capable of it, and it's also capable of giving power out wirelessly. I never had a need for it. I don't have anything that would charge wirelessly or that can charge it wirelessly. I got a feeling the Q will be a brand name, and I'm trying to remember the name of the company. Basically, you're telling me to give it a bit of a love tap in the morning while it's nice and cool. I can do that. Fortunately, folks, if the phone like deteriorates and like drops to bits or whatever, you know, if it like keeps getting worse and worse and worse, I can take the SIM card out of that and put it in here, and basically this tablet is a big phone. It will take a SIM card and do calls and do all of the mobile data and everything. It's like I said, it is a big phone, so that'll be nice if needed. Tablets LTE then. Oh, I don't know what specific. Does that mean it won't do? Does that mean it won't do 5G if it's LTE? Because the phone's 5G, and it is picking up a good 5G signal most of the time. That was one of the things that was suggested as being a possibility last night when the sound was going bad. It was suggested that it could have been YouTube and whatever compression it's using while trying to broadcast it out. And if we had connectivity issues or low bandwidth issues, that the compression could get in the way. But the fact that today I did a video and the playback was horrendous. When I do a proper video, like with the video app and send it to YouTube, today's video was okay. Yesterday's video was okay. I don't fully understand. There are variables at play that are beyond my ken, as you Scots would say, Jack. And the Dutch use the word ken, as I understand things. It's said, I don't know if you've heard this one, Jack. It is said that someone from like the Scottish Highlands and someone from remote parts of Holland can understand each other. All of that does they ken. The bruin cow in the veld, the brown cow in the field for us English. But it is said that that someone with a broad Scots accent and someone with a broad Dutch or Netherlands accent can understand each other. Oh, and just on time, look at that. Josie steps in just as we're talking about the Bruin Cohen Hetfeld. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's close enough, isn't it? Jack Attack would have understood that. When I was a kid, I lived in Dumfries, and a kid literally said, look at the coo, the Bruin Coo in the Feld. Literally said that to me. And I had to like process it for about 30 seconds to work out what he was saying. And follow his thing, you know, the fact that there was a brown cow in the field where his fingers were pointing helped. But yeah, look at the Bruin cow in the Feld. It is literally, I'm not making this shit up. I've read this somewhere. Broad Scots and broad or old Dutch can understand each other to some degree. I can. I think I'm right in saying that the Dutch have ken as to know. I ken what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm sweary, so easy to understand. You're not as sweary as the bloke that I talked about yesterday. The guy who lost his wife, and 9 years later he is still ranting. And I think good on him. I've got to clip that. I got to clip that of myself and release that as a thing, and link to him. I couldn't remember the name of the channel while I was ranting. But I've got to do that. Karen is lost. Year is year. Why are you lost, Karen? Celtic heritage. Yeah. I think I've finished this coffee. Just give us a second. I forgot while I was fiddling. It's one of these little sippy cups. It's insulated and it's only got the little slot. I was fiddling, and I've moved the slot away, and I've gone to drink and almost missed my mouth. And with a mouth this big, you'd think it'd be difficult to miss, but I managed. I think there's a tiny drop left. So there's one more hot coffee over here, and I'm close to finishing the first of the cold beers. And the other cold beer is no longer what you would call cold, but it's not warm at least. That's a plus these days for me. Folks, we call that two-fisted drinking or two-handed drinking. Oh, Scottish. Okay. I'm with you. She's lost so her guy can find her again. I'll stay quiet. Folks, 13 of you in the house right now. I know that you're not the original 13 that were here at the start, or that were here in the previous aborted stream that didn't work out from the phone. But if you haven't done that already, would be appreciated. If you've seen 4 or 5 of my videos and you think either you really, really like me and you want to see more, or you really, really hate me and you want to keep track of what this idiot in the field is saying, you might consider subscribing. Either way, whether you're for or against, whether you think I'm a normal, everyday, nice guy, or whether you think I'm a con man grifter, just hit the subscribe button. Maybe hit the bell so that you don't miss any. And those of you that are already subscribed, actually, it's worth checking periodically that you are still subscribed, and check that bell is set for all notifications or however they word it. As you add more subscriptions to your account, YouTube has a habit of pairing off some of the ones, some of the other ones, ditching them. I'll suddenly realize, oh, I haven't seen such and such a guy for a couple of months. And when I go and check, I'm not subscribed. And it's like, they subscribed me for a couple of years. Actually, a lot longer, but on a different account. I had to form a new account when I got a new phone 2.5 years ago, whenever that was. Yeah, I will certainly, maybe I'll suddenly see something in the timeline. Or here's the other thing that you can do, folks. Stop using that front page. When you go into the YouTube app, stop using that timeline. They're suggestions of what you should watch. Along the bottom, one of the options is subscriptions. Click that and you will see whatever the latest videos are from the people you're subscribed to. So rather than relying on the algorithm to pop up shit in front of you, the subscriptions page will show you whatever's latest from the people you subscribed to. And you will find people that, oh, I haven't seen him in months. All of that, they're there. Stop using the front page and letting the algorithm just... Stop letting them put the nose bag under you, because that makes you a horse. If I can be in control and go to the actual subscriptions page and you choose what to watch. Manchester, does that say Manchester U 999? Is it in my pocket? No, it's here. I think it was Manchester U. Is that Manchester Uni or Manchester United? I could take offence one way or the other. Manchester U 999. I'm a Liverpool fan, if that's anything to do with anything. Probably just lost a subscriber. It is a very nice evening. Kevin, Manchester U. I don't know if that's United or University. Kevin. I do know a Kevin at Manchester University because he did wireless implants. What was he called? Kevin. Was he Professor Kevin? Manchester. University of Manchester. You missed. University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. That's different. What was he called? Richard and Judy interviewed him, and he was trying to do implants and get one of them to have an implant to send something, and the other to have an implant to pick up the signal. And he went off that this was the beginning of like true cyber sex. You would know what the other person was feeling. And he wanted to do brain implants. I suspect he was slightly overselling the proposition. Maybe one day, in 1,000 years or something. I'm not even going to go with 20 years' time, folks. I think this was out there. Anyway, I've gone off on one. Hello, Kevin. Let's just leave it at hello, Kevin. Hit the like, folks, says Maxine Brighton. I just landed. What did I miss? Ryan in Valencia, who didn't answer my question yesterday about whether you're Ryan B that sent me a donation or whether you're a different Ryan. I can't always link things together, and sometimes I make connections that aren't valid. You have to correct me. Maybe you don't want to do it publicly. That's okay. I have an email address. What am I doing? Just landed. What did I miss? What you missed, my friend, was I started a stream on my phone and the audio just wasn't there. And no matter what I did, I couldn't make it work. And yesterday's audio started kind of slightly muffled and became worse. It progressively got worse from about halfway through, or maybe 3/4 of the way through to the end. It got more muffled and more muffled and more muffled. And I have no explanation. And today was abysmal. And yet I made a video today and published it, and it seems okay. I'm leaning, folks, towards it being software. Noise cancellation, noise suppression, trying to suppress background hisses and maybe something has gone wrong with Google's. The two apps that it's happened are the built-in Android voice recorder and the YouTube app. So I've switched. I'm on a different device. I'm on my tablet that Karen, thankfully, has provided for me. Because I don't think the other tablet, my old tablet from Owen a couple of years ago, which was already old and was cronky, the only app that would really work decent, well, not even decently, that would even work was the YouTube app. But it wouldn't do chat. It wouldn't do any of this. In fact, it wasn't the YouTube app. It was the browser, and I'd saved the page to the desktop. So it was like a containerized version just of the web page. I think that's the right terminology. But a lot of the functionality didn't work. They hellish laggy on that old tablet. I'd have been stuck. If this had happened before I got this tablet, I would have been incommunicado, folks. I don't know what I would have done. One is none. Two is one and one is none. An old prepper phrase. So what did you miss? You missed me trying to get online. I had coffee on the boil, but it hadn't got ready by the time I went live. But it's here now, and I did buy a couple of cold beers earlier today. I'm just finishing the first, and the second one isn't so much cold as not warm, which is a plus, because the other beers would be warm. So there is a spot of two-fisted or two-handed drinking, however your community or society labels such things. I have a cold drink and a hot drink going on at the same time. Interestingly, the outside of the hot drink is colder than the outside of the cold drink. But that's just insulation for you folks. Kevin Warwick, it was indeed. I think Professor rather than Dr. Kevin Warwick, yeah. He wanted to put implants. He did a thing where he basically just put a NFC chip in his hand or wrist or something, and when he approached certain doors at the university, they'd open automatically. That was the first thing he did, and that he overhyped. That he was a cyborg. I'm hoping this is not the Kevin that's here now, because if I'm slagging him off right to his face, that would be quite embarrassing. It's not personal. It's not personal. I'm not slagging off the person. Just I guess the naivety of the press for picking up and running with what was obviously such a bait story. But he did go on Richard and Judy, and he was trying to talk Richard and Judy into having these electrodes. And as you get excited, she'll feel how excited you are, and there'll be But there's a film of that, isn't there? It's kind of a sci-fi horror film of a rapist doing that to his victim. She feels his extreme pleasure while she's suffering extremely, and he feels her horror at what he's doing, and that excites him. That's part of his, that's his kink, that's his thing. He wants her to be terrified and horrified. Talk about a dystopia. Can't remember the name of that particular film. It was covered fairly tastefully. It wasn't explicit. It wasn't like a porno film or anything. But the horror of the concept that she's made to feel his pleasure, and he gets to experience her horror. And then there's a cycle there, isn't there? He gets more turned on by her horror. She gets the turn-on sensation from him. I don't know where that leads. It's nasty. I don't know. That wasn't okay. That wasn't you. Okay. No, you don't. Okay, I'll donate to you in person this weekend. Hopefully I'll make it down to you. Drop us an email, mate. Let me know when. At Delta Mike Torrevieja at gmail.com. It's in the description of every video. I tried wiping the cache. Yeah. No. I tried that, Jack. Head of you there, mate. It's always one. The other one, of course, is to uninstall the app and reinstall the app. But the fact that it's two Google apps, I think the voice recorder is a Google app. Not 100% sure, but I think that would be a default app. Does every phone and tablet come with a come with a voice recorder. That must be part of Android, surely. I don't know. I assumed it was, but I just suddenly thought it might not be. Just lacking a crackling open campfire with your coffee pot. That would have the police down on me so fast. What are we? I think technically we're still in a drought. Are we 5 years into a drought? Despite this field's flooded twice while I've been here. The first day and then 1 month later, so it's been a while. But the horrendous rain that we had the other week that I've slept through, but I can see how stones and things have been carried down the field. I can see the swirls in the mud, in the sludge, and in the road. It's funny to think that they would class us in a drought still. And if I used to have a little fire here. I had a couple of bricks. I had a metal gauze, a metal grid. I had a metal chimney, a tin can with the bottom removed, the big tin can. And I would put wood, paper in the bottom, put wood in, light it from underneath, from under the grid. Lots of air coming in because it's off the ground and underneath. And I was cooking above it. And I still had the police come around. The first time that I put the wrong bit of wood on and we had billowing smoke, so some kind of damp wood or just bad wood, I had cops here. Muy peligroso, no. I've got a big pot of stew right over it. I'm saying, es en un chimenea. It's contenado, it's contained, self-contained. Dentro un chimenea. It's inside a chimenea, inside a chimney. They weren't like, it's not like there was an open fire. It was just inside a metal tube, at the bottom of a metal tube, with a big pot of stew directly over the top. No embers or sparks coming off. Bottles of water all around, like 30 litres of water around in case anything went wrong. He wasn't happy. But he left. I said, no es peligroso. No. And he went. He left me with a pot, with a big cauldron. Basically, folks, let me turn this around like this. Look. Do you see? Hold on, not that. You see this big plastic pot here? This contains Tina's dog food. Obviously, we're at the end of her. I need to refill it from the big bag, from the sack. I had a pan bigger than this that I was cooking stew in, and I was cooking a 3-day stew. I would have some that night, some for breakfast, lunch, and supper the next day, and then I'd have some the day after that. Big cauldron of food cooking away, and he left with it still cooking despite telling me how dangerous and how bad it was and how I shouldn't do it. Mixed signals or what? Just argue back. Akadaka in Australia, if I remember correctly. Got to drop the little one off at school. We'll be back later, Mike. I'll try and keep going. I don't know what I have no idea what we're going to talk about. We're only an hour and 20 in. Just under an hour and 20. That's not a Christmas film. Hold on. What's not a Christmas film? Kara's off on one. I don't know. Am I missing? Let me check that I've got all. I am on all messages, not number 3. That's the lucky number. What was that called? That TV program with the birds that were witches. Birds as in females, not feather. Said a couple of sexist things recently, haven't I? I called someone a bitch yesterday. I lost 3 subscribers, I noticed. I don't know if that's a coincidence. I was talking about the policewoman that threatened to shoot Tina upon seeing her. If that's not a bitch, I don't know what is. And I don't care if you fucking unsubscribe. I said the fucking N-word 3-4 times in the last month. I will not have my speech be policed. I'm not saying all women are bitches. I'm saying that particular person was a fucking bitch. If you can't handle that, get out of here. What did I just say that was sexist? Birds. I said those 3 birds. Meaning 3 pretty, fairly young ladies. Although Shannon Doherty was one of the original 3. Wasn't especially young. She was my age. Dead now, though, already. Dead already. Sad. Can't remember the names of the other 3. Because they they got a replacement. There always had to be 3 of these witches. I almost had the name of it there. Charmed. Look at that. I got there. I had cursed in my head and I thought it's close, but not quite. And then I got that charmed. Someone else has probably already said it. No. The film with the guy that put the control? The film you told us about. Have I mentioned a film? I don't know what I've talked. Look at this. I can't even remember. This is how bad my memory is. I don't know what I've even talked about. The film with the guy that put a control. No. No tengo ni idea. Let me see how hot my coffee is. The last time I did this, first drink out of the cup, I burnt myself. Okay. I didn't burn myself, but it was hotter than I expected. That is a damn fine cup. Oh, he feels okay. Okay, that one, yeah, okay. No, that's not a Christmas film. No, that was a sci-fi dystopian horror film. Not quite steampunk, but almost. There was a steampunk element from it. He feels how if yeah, okay, yeah. But yeah, it was Richard and Judy that they tried to that he was talking to about the implants and how the signals could be sent over the internet and you'd be able to feel what she feels, but you wouldn't. Not in the way that we understand feelings. You would need millions and millions of electrodes and sensors. The way that they call them dendrites, don't they? Brain cells are dendrites, which dendro means tree. Dendrochronology is the aging of things by tree rings. But brain cells and the connections within the brain branch off from each other in a similar pattern to trees. Technically, they probably... Oh, fuck, I'm not going to get the word now, am I? I've been giving you the build-up. Those Paisley patterns in maths with the X, Y, and Z dimension, the closer you go in, there's more to see, and you go in closer and there's more to see and more to see. And the word is fractal. Fuck. Fractilinear. Fractal. They're fractals. Trees are fractals, and dendrites in the brain connections are fractals. I got there, folks. My fractals are working. The dendrites actually fucking triggered. It only took about 20 seconds instead of a few milliseconds. I'm happy with that. I got there. And there was no chat visible in case any of you did get there. My Bright and Max did get there. I don't know whether I got there first or not. Not geometry, but yeah, fractal geometry, fractal linear, fractal, yeah. Is it a USB cup warmer? No, it's just an insulated cup, a camping cup. I'm just working my way back. There was Akadaka, ACDC, Manchester 99. Have you disappeared? Have I offended him by maybe it was him. Maybe he's run away because I'm a cunt. Wouldn't it be No, it wouldn't be funny. That'd be terrible. If it was, if it was the professor from the University of Manchester. Shamed by a fucking tramp living in a field. Sorry. Unintentional. I don't mean any harm. I'm just a dick sometimes. Did I finish that can? I don't remember crushing it and throwing it away, but I don't see it here, so maybe I did. So I just had a sip of coffee. That's nice. It's cool, not cold. So that's all right. I don't mind. And it wasn't as expensive. I think I've said to you in the past, he charges about 25% extra for cooling them. He actually has a flat fee of 10 cents per item. Now that means when you're buying a 30 or 40 cent can, it is 25%. But if you were buying something else that was a euro, it's still only 10 cents extra for a cold version. I should have looked to see whether... Oh. What was that? I should have looked to see whether he sold like a bag of ice or something. That wouldn't have been in the fridge though, would it? You'd need a freezer. I don't think he's got any freezers. I've never walked around the shop enough. You know, guys, I've lived in this field now since October... Was it October 2022? October the 10th will be 3 years in the field. In a week will be 3 years homeless, but I spent 2 months in the park. The petrol station here, I've been to buy to change a gas bottle. I've never stepped foot inside the building. There are bakers and a Starbucks. There are bakers. You see people walking down the road here carrying baguettes, and it's the only shop that could come from. I've never been inside, and I would hate to think how much a baguette is. There's a supermarket 500 meters that way that sells baguettes for €1 a go, if you could call it a supermarket. €1 per baguette. You get 3 baguettes at Mercadona for €1, or 105, 110, whatever they are now. I've never stepped foot in this petrol station, this gas station. Never. I haven't got that kind of money. Yeah, that was Max getting fractal, possibly before me, but it wasn't on screen, so I didn't cheat. Don't be. I heard the crush. What? Oh, the last can. Okay, I don't remember crushing it, but I do these things on autopilot sometimes. When I've got this light, see this light. When we're inside the tent and I've got this light stood on 3 cans of beer, and then I finish the can that I'm drinking, and what I should do is take a full can out from under the beer and put the empty under. I've already crushed the can before I think about it. Did I just lose brightness there? I've got a feeling... I got a feeling I caught the button. Oh, that's maximum. Benzodiazepine withdrawal after jacking them in. Benzodiazepine. I'm not going to speculate. Yeah, giving them in sounds like a good idea from what little I understand. And it is little. What's cubensis? I need to go back, guys. And okay, mycelium pathways. Okay, we're on the mushrooms. I assume. As soon as I see mycelium, we're on fungus and. Oh, maybe you were branching off. Maybe you're going like from the dendrites and the fractal. Maybe you're going there. Maybe we weren't off. We've had a lot of mushroom talk recently. Yeah. Bewitched. Can you see that? Do I need to go closer? What was she called? Not Jackie. Samantha. Samantha wiggled her nose. And magic happened. And the daughter had it as well, but the husband wasn't Dagwood, was Darren. Was the husband Darren? Dagwood was the cartoon strip of something else. Darren was the husband. Probably. Tabitha was the daughter. Samantha was the mum. Tabitha was the daughter, yeah. Who was the mother? She was famous. The redhead. Oh, somebody there was trying to say Jeannie. I Dream of Jeannie. That's a different program, Josie. That's a different. I Dream of Jeannie was Larry Hagman, and he was an astronaut who'd been to the moon, found something on the moon, and came back with with her Jeannie. I Dream of Jeannie. Yeah. All those old. I love those old programs. I do like old TV programs. How many nights can I sit out here before someone comes driving down here with a big blue light on top of the car? Especially, have you seen the big tennis racket? Shining blue. So from the main road, I'm quite visible with the lantern and the big blue fly swatter, fly zapper. The old special effects are so cute. They were, but they were ingenious in their own way. I mean, you've got to work within your limitations, haven't you? There was no CGI. There was no computer. There were no computers. Never mind computer-generated imagery. You had to work with what you had. Stop motion animation or slow motion or cutting, having someone stop and stand still, and then someone else comes on set and oh, you're there. You work within the limitations of the technology available to you, and it forces a bit of industry. What's the word? Industry of no, not industrial. Industriveness. That's not right. That sounds wrong. Industry. Christ, I speak English and I can't get the right word. The tennis torch. Yeah. The okay. Karen thinks that the blue light will attract the police. They think they're coming around to the friends. It's someone who's on board with them. Mechanic. It's not the word I was going for, but you got to be industrious. You've got to make do with what's available to you. Let's leave it there. Yeah. Industrious. I guess that's where I was going, and I took a tangent off into a different realm. I didn't put any chocolate in this coffee. For the past few months, my coffees have all had a half a spoon of drinking chocolate in them. This is just sugar and coffee. Getting a little bit low on this particular set of chocolate, but I do have a backup. I have a reserve bag. I have a refill bag set aside, apparently. I've had it for about No, I haven't had it 2 years because Karen got me some a while back. It must be one of those ones. Yeah. A tangent, there's the thing. I am the king of tangents. Oh, how did we do that? Sokotoa. For some reason, when we were learning trigonometry, the school teacher had this mnemonic about silly old Harry. Blah, blah, blah. And me and a mate, we distorted it. He must have been Scottish. We went with silly old Hamish, quarter haggish, travelling over Aberdeen. For some reason, like I said, because he was Scottish, we had to put a Scottish flavour on it to make it more memorable. And here I am, 45 years later, remembering Sokotoa. Sine is opposite over cosine. Hold on. No, sine is opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine is opposite over hypotenuse. Tangent is opposite over adjacent. Sokotoa, silly old Hamish, quarter haggish, travelling over Aberdeen. I might have got the middle one wrong. I might have said opposite rather than adjacent. Sokotoa. Yeah. Anyway, I remember the mnemonic, even if I can't translate the mnemonic into the real deal. What's running low? Chocolate. I've got one bag of chocolate left. I've only got about a third of a bag of sugar left, and I'm on my last jar of coffee. Oh, there's a good half jar left, so there's no problem. I'm good for a while. Don't be making lists, you, because I know what you like. I've got to square up with you for other recent purchases. The cable and that other thing that you got from the tip the other week, and the brandy, vodka, wine, cola, beer. That last time round, that shopping trip that and the gas. But I've got to settle all these things with you. You're not buying that shit from me. I've got to settle that with you. So don't be making mental fucking lists of. I know what you like, Karen. You're great, but you're a bugger. Is it just you tonight, or is Christine around? Who's there? I lost track of the time. 12:40 here, so 11:40 there. So the others could still be around. I did that too. Josie's making a list as well. Don't start competing, ladies. Is Karen married? Just asking. Yes, she is. Her hubby's been a great help. The rest of the family. Karen's daughter, when I got arrested and kept in overnight, Karen's daughter looked after Tina, or watched over Tina overnight for us. Back at Karen's. Karen's husband's helped me a lot. If you see my tent, and I've got the tarpaulins over the top and these fucking big grips, these big, like clothes pegs. Well, that, but metal and 10 times bigger. I tried holding the tarp on with ropes and tent pegs. You can't get tent pegs into the ground at certain times of year. So he used to run market stalls, and he would hold tarps on the frame of the market stall with these big grips, they're almost vices, folks. I mean, I have to use 2 hands to squeeze some of them. I'm not kidding. Once I've got a bunch of the plastic gathered together, so there's the pole of the tent, and there's a fabric sleeve that the pole runs through, and then the plastic, 2 or 3 layers of plastic from the tarp, and then trying to grip it and open it wide enough to go around all. No, I have to 2 hands. He's a more manly man. He's more used to this shit. For him, it's not he just squeezes it and shit just works. He also owns screwdrivers and tools and things, which, and I'm a tramp in a field. I don't own tools. So yeah, he's. Let's shop together next month. You and me, or you and Karen? It's just Karen watching. The rest of the family are engaged elsewhere. Okay, folks, there are 14. I'm surprised that there are the 14 people here because I haven't labelled the stream properly. This was basically a test. After the original stream died on its ass because the phone didn't do its thing, I just started this up. I didn't fill in the description. I didn't put any hashtags. I didn't put in any tags. I filled in a half-assed description, the minimum details to go live. I didn't even. Have you seen the thumbnail I picked? I had to pick a picture from off of this tablet. I haven't got access. All of the other images are here on the phone, and the phone wasn't working for me. So I just picked the only picture that I've got. You got this fucking toothless fucking gargoyle. Another reason that I think that the lady earlier, if it was indeed a lady, was catfishing. Are you single? Yeah, isn't it incredible that such a handsome, well-educated fucking tramp hasn't got a lady? Who knew? And she's like, exactly, yeah, incredible. Fuck off. Second attempt is the title. It's usually third. Third is a charm usually, but that's back to 3. That's the only number, the lucky number. That's back to charmed, isn't it? Where we took off from there, I think, and went off in one because. How did we get here? I had no idea how we got here. We were talking about her from the original 905210 or whatever the hell that was called, Beverly Hills. Shannon, Doherty. I would say Doherty. They all say Doherty. Americans can be so literal. We can invent syllables and letters in the middle of words that aren't there. Or we can ignore letters that are there and have names like Rafe where there's a fucking L in the middle of the name. Because silent L's always been a thing. When I went on holiday to Backpoo, I think I've said that one before. Silent fucking L. Rafe. It's not Rafe, it's Ralph, mate. What are you fucking playing at? Show me silent L in any other fucking English word or British word. Silent L. Other than Backpoo and Liverpool, that famous football team, Liverpool. Kenny Dalglish. I'll shut up now. Here we go. Better off single mic, keep your freedom, no offense intended. Okay, Jack Attack came up with a word when I was struggling for one. Okay, incredulous. Better off single mic, keep your freedom, no offense intended. It's not like I've got much choice, mate. I got blokes offering me their backside, but that's not for me. I swing the other way. I guess does that make me an incel? I guess that makes me an incel, does it? Technically, I mean, I'm not the rabid woman hating that they portray. I'm not sure that most people who are single through no choice of their own, I'm not sure most people are rabid woman hating whatevers. But it's not a great proposition for a lady, is it? Come and see me in my tent. Lay down on the bed. We might have to move the dog out of the way. Whoa. You see it light up behind me? Is that a car coming down the road? It is. It's a car coming down the road. Very dim headlights. There's not a lot going on there. I'll stare at them in an ignorant way, like they stare at me in an ignorant way sometimes. Oh, how the hell? 3D depth perception. What the fuck? There was a fly on the light. It was right there. It moved slowly. I could have, and I missed. I was off to the side. I missed. That's embarrassing. You saw nothing. It didn't happen. End up buying Mike a bigger tent. This is about as big as tents get. Oh, no, this is a six berth. The previous one was 8. The previous one was a couple of feet long. No, it was about a foot longer, about a foot wider, maybe 2 foot wider. And the gap between the tent wall and the bedroom wall is a lot bigger in this. So on the inside of the bedrooms, you lose space. The last one was more usable space. Excuse me, inside. What's keeping the feds busy in your neck of the woods? Turkish people shooting each other. There was a shooting this week. I presume to death, although I didn't really follow the story, but somebody told me it was Rob. Is Rob here? Rob Ryan. I haven't seen him, I don't think. I don't remember seeing him. Rob told me that there'd been a shooting amongst suspected Turkish mafia shooting each other. So that's what's keeping the feds busy here. And the fact it's summer. We're in peak. In Spain, everybody takes August off. So half of Madrid are here now. Urbanizations that would never see more than a quarter or a fifth or a quarter of their buildings occupied are suddenly 100% occupied. Blocks of apartments that would ordinarily have almost nobody in are full. There's an urbanization over there with 4 tower blocks and not too tall, only about 6 or 7 stories, but quite wide, quite a lot of apartments on each floor, and you've got 3 or 4 of these blocks, and they've got their own church inside the urbanization, inside the gated community. So presumably they aim to sell to their own. They aim for their own. They'll be Christian I assume Catholic because we're in Spain. They on a Sunday morning, historically, whenever I walked past, there wasn't enough parking space within the entire urbanization. And this place has got roads going in and around. It's a big thing. There'd be cars parked outside spilling over into the streets and down the road way away from there. It'd be really busy on a Sunday morning when they arrive and then when they leave an hour and a half later. So yeah, it's suddenly places that have got no traffic and no people. That urbanization, there'd be like 40 apartments in each of these office blocks, in each of these apartment blocks. And most of the year, there'd be like 1 light on. There'd be one apartment lit up out of 40. You get to August, the place is lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. People take 2, 3, 4, they take the whole month off. Basically, Spain grinds to a halt, except for bars, restaurants, hotels. You know, the tourism industry, entertainment industry. Madrid's probably a ghost town around about now, especially since the Spanish government have clamped down on Airbnb. You can't just rent your apartments out without, you have to get a license now, you have to register your apartment, and they can turn you down. And they've turned down hundreds of thousands the phrase was over tourism a year or two ago. There were protests about too much tourism. And that's come back to bite them on the ass. Because Mallorca and Mallorca, you got the two. I don't know how to pronounce the difference. You got the one with a J and the one with a double L. And both of those sounds are a Y. Although the J could be a K. Mallorca? Basically, Majorca and Mallorca, if you're just going to read them as words. Two different islands. Last year, complained about over-tourism, and the people were in the streets protesting, and they were walking around with water pistols, firing, I assume just water, but who knows, at tourists while they were sat outside bars. This year, there's 40% less people coming on holiday, and they're whining. Oh my God, come back! Don't leave us. We need you. Who could have predicted that if you tell people to fuck off, we don't want you, that they might not come back next year? They've all gone to Italy and Greece instead. Because why would you go somewhere where they're telling you, where you've got protesters in your face shouting at you that we don't want you here, and firing water pistols in your face and in your breakfast while you're trying to eat your full English? Who could have fucking predicted that people might not come back next year? How did I get here? I don't know how I got here. What's keeping the feds? I started with what's keeping the feds away, and I went off on one. Now Jack Attack's listing, they're not synonyms, what are they? I don't know where he's going. Calm, talk, walk. They're not sound alike, so it's not a sound X. It's not a poetry rhyming words. Are we just going with would, could, should? Is that where we are? I don't know what that is, mate. Maybe if I backtrack, maybe there's some prior. There's already no room left in the fucking tent. Karen, can you imagine us going shopping, Josie? There'd be no room left in the tent. I'm having to consolidate 5 bags of food, or the remnants of 5 bags of food. I did clear out. I talked the other day about how there was a magic box, a box of odds and sods, a random box. This week, I picked up a random bag, a bag full of random bits and pieces. And I kind of sort of tried to empty it. I only got half of it out of there, and everything that I took out is just sat on the chair in the living room. I'm not sure I actually took and made use of anything out of there. Oh, ladies, I have got 2 carrier bags, 2 shopping bags full of, and I blame Karen for one of these, I think. I've got 2 bags, shampoo, conditioner, fucking scrubs and rubs and puppy dog tails. I don't know what any of these things are. I've never used hair conditioner in my fucking life. I haven't washed my hair in 18 months. I've washed me, but I haven't washed my hair. I've got 2 bags full of this shit, and yet no deodorant. Don't go adding it to your fucking lists. I didn't say it for that. Stop. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear that. You ain't seen me, right? I'm scrolling. I've gone back. better off seeing. I've gone that far back because there were messages I'd not seen. Dark? There's a word. Dark chocolate has plenty of magnesium for your memory retention. Was it not magnesium we talked about the other day in bananas? And how magnesium is partly radioactive, if I've got the right chemical. Well, everything's a chemical, but yeah, the right element. Magnesium's an element, isn't it? Whoa! Okay. It went away, and I was live almost instantaneously as far as I could tell. Hey, the sound is better, says Mr. Giraffe. Mr. S. Mr. S. Giraffe. Or Mrs. Giraffe, as I saw somebody say yesterday in Scruff's chat. Mrs. Giraffe. Sounds better because I'm on a different device. I'm broadcasting from my tablet. My phone was terrible. I tried broadcasting earlier from the phone. I'll maybe leave it up for a day for anyone who wants to just take a look and see how bad it was. But then I will delete the shit out of it so that I can rebadge. I think I had that listed as TrampCast Hangout 28. If I haven't already, I will rebadge this as TrampCast 28, TrampCast Hangout 28. I think that's the right number. I'll have to double check. But at that point, I will delete the balked one. And I don't know what to do about this. People are telling me to stick a pin in the microphone holes. Seems a little bit... I could imagine, because a microphone is basically a speaker in reverse, isn't it? It's going to be a membrane over an opening. There's a membrane. You speak, it vibrates, it translates that into signals. Whereas a speaker takes the signals, vibrates the membrane, and turns it into a. If you've got on a computer, if you've got a separate speaker and microphone port, you can swap them. You can speak into the speaker. I didn't believe it when my brother told me that, but he was right. He shouted into a speaker and we could record it on the computer. I don't know if that would still work nowadays because microphone and speaker sockets tend to be combined. The microphone and headphone sockets are combined. But it was interesting when he did it. Oh, okay, Jackie had already told you. Is something wrong with the phone? Yeah, a little bit. Yes, body bag. Yep, dead. Hold on. Now Karen and Josie have got me. I got to go back. We're only allowed out of the country for 90 days. Okay, yeah, it's not free. Well, no, you can leave the country. You just can't come into Schengen. You got to find a European country. Europe, the continent, not EU Europe, but Europe. You got to find one that's not in Schengen. And either Norway or Sweden is your best bet. I think Sweden pay for the privilege of access to the European Free Trade Association, but they're not technically within Schengen. It's one of those two. And you can go off on holiday there. Oh. I'm not going anywhere, folks. Just adjusting. Bits are going numb. All those second holiday homes, yeah. That's why you can look at urbanization and only have a tenth of it populated most of the year. Then when you get towards summer, maybe a third of them will be populated, and then you get to August, and they would all be full. I did just try looking down at a block of apartments down there, and it's actually not as full as you would expect. Sorry, I don't know whether you can hear me. I'm facing that way and talking. There's an apartment block down here, and there's actually only 2 apartments lit up out of 10, maybe. Even then, I don't know whether the apartment goes all the way through the building or whether there's two back to back. There could be 20 apartments. Not sure. But there's only lights on the top floor. But then it's after midnight. Some people, I guess old people, I've never understood this. I used to walk home from the pub in England. The pubs throw out at 11, or did. They kind of still do. The 24-hour drinking laws that came in never really took off. The late night drinking never really happened. Most pubs still close at 11, maybe 12 on a Friday and a Saturday night. I used to walk home from the pub, 11 o'clock at night, and everywhere was total darkness around me. Everyone was in bed fast asleep. I've never, ever understood it. Even when I worked in a warehouse and had to be at work for 6 in the morning, I would still be up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd still be up until 1 o'clock. I've never understood the whole early night, get sleep, be in bed by 9, 10, 11. Who are these people? When I was a kid, I didn't want to go to bed at 9 o'clock. I'm sure as fuck not doing it when I'm an adult. The big thing was I want to be a grown-up and stay awake until whatever time I want. I'm sure as fuck not going to bed at 10 o'clock at night when I'm an adult. Jesus Christ, no. Find this in half an hour, said Jack Attack. How long ago? Where's my Jack Attack? Oh, it's a bit steamed up. I've got to clean. It looks like somewhere in the 50. Hold on. Second holiday. Find this in half an hour, said Jack Attack at 12:56. Currently 1:05. I'm only 11 minutes. No, I'm not. I'm 9 minutes behind. I knew it was 10 plus or minus 1 and I went the wrong way initially. Maths genius that I am. Find this in half an hour. No. Oh, Silent L. Was that your... Hold on. I got to go back now. Where was the list of words? Calm. Oh, should, could, would. I would pronounce the L in half. No, I wouldn't. Half. It gets kind of an R sound, doesn't it? Okay. Walk. I would understand if I heard someone pronounce the L in walk. Talk. Calm. I guess. No, I guess you've got a point. Did you just know those, or is that an internet search? I would have never thought of those. They do take most of them, from what I can see. Calm. I hear an R. Calm. Talk. That's more of an OR. Walk. Half. Half. Is there an R in half? Calf. Interesting. Well done. You got me. Hoisted on my own petard, I guess. Well done, you. Scrolling. I didn't know where we were going there. Okay, that's clever. Well done. All Spanish owned. I need to scroll back to Karen's. I'm not quite getting that one. All zip. Is that really a Z, or is it an attempt to go with a capital P? Sometimes when you try and hit shift and you hit the next button next to it. Silent L, yeah, I got you, mate. I got you. Find this in half an hour. No, only 9 or 10 minutes. I'm only just behind. Kevin in Manchester. Good night, my friend. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you. You didn't seem to talk after I went off on Kevin Warwick. If you are indeed Kevin Warwick, you're welcome back again anytime, my friend. Just tell me to shut the fuck up. I am just a tramp in a field. If you're a university professor, you outrank me slightly. Yes, people saying good night to Kevin. I better put Silent L. I already got that before. I'm with you. I'm with you. Should, could, would. Okay, fair play. Silent L. I didn't know those. I'll be honest. I've asked this question in the past to people, and nobody's ever come back at me with a word with silent L. That's interesting. Do you know that silent K shouldn't be silent K? All those words with the silent K at the beginning. Are there many? There aren't many, are there? Knife. I'm stuck there, but yeah, those come from Germany, and they pronounce the K. Knife. Knight. Yeah, a knight in shiny armor. Knight. How many other silent Ks have we got? Somebody's going to say Knipex because that's a brand name of some cutters and tools. You electrician-y types. Mr. S says no. There is no Mrs. Sharafja at the moment, unfortunately. Don't stick a pin in it. That's what I say to everybody. That's what I read. Don't be sticking pins into microphone. I think it's Norway for the not in Schengen. Oh, they won't be out eating. In Spain. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Spain. The Spanish eat their main meal 10 o'clock onwards. Whole families sit down together still, either on their balconies or out at restaurants and things. When I first came to Spain in 1997, me and the in-laws, me and my wife and the in-laws, we went out to a restaurant. Well, we went out. We didn't have a booking or anything. We just went out into Torrevieja from the other side, and we came past some big concrete buildings and walked along the front, looking for a restaurant to go and have a meal. And they were all either closed or deserted, and we couldn't understand it. 7:30, and back then, I guess it wasn't as touristy as now. It wasn't as built up as it is now. But yeah, you couldn't. We struggled to find a restaurant that actually had other people in, and that you could go and have a meal. Because 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock was considered too early. That was something only foreigners did. And even then, we weren't here in like peak season. We weren't here in July, August. We were here in, well, maybe November. I think this had been my second trip. Yeah, you couldn't, restaurants either weren't open or were just opening and getting ready and weren't really ready for service. It's, yeah. Many Spanish also open chalet. Oh, I've never seen chalets over here. Oh, actually, I guess the buildings on the seafront down Guadalmar, more built up than a little chalet, but like a tiny house on the seafront. They're all collapsing now, and you do see people like the back of the house has fallen down, and you see them sat in the front of the house with the door open looking out at the sea, and the back wall's all just gone. I think they were demolishing them not long ago, though. I think those are probably gone now. But at the end of the first promenade in Guadalmar, yeah, they were more solid than what the British would call a chalet, but not big enough to be like a proper house. They were, I could class that as a chalet. Karen's just saying there the same as I just did about 10 p.m. Go see an open air movie at 12. I wouldn't know where that would be. Like, is that like a drive-in or something? Let me see if I can see what time Karen said that. 1:05, and it's currently 1:12. I'm 7 minutes behind, folks. I'll try and catch up. When I go to bed at 12, I'm awake at 3. Me too. Because I kind of live on my bed. If I haven't slept for the last 2 nights, I can sometimes fall asleep stupid early. It's not an intentional thing. It's just and then I'll wake up at 1 or 2 in the morning, and that's me until 6 or 7 in the morning. I might fall asleep and get an extra half an hour or an extra hour. But yeah, I can't. It seems real childish to me. Like I said, I'm not going to say staggering home from the pub. That would give. I will lose subscribers if I say that, because they're going to think, wino, pisshead. That's why he's a tramp. But yeah, when I would walk home from the pub, and every house is in darkness, and you might see one with a living room flickering where the TV's on, or maybe somebody's bedroom, but there'd be one all along the street. What is? Where are all the grown-ups? Where are all the grown-ups? When I was 9, I wanted to stay awake. I didn't want to go to bed at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Who are these people? The fuck are you doing? Yeah, okay, yeah. If you got to get up at like 5:30 or 4:30, if you're, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're up at stupid o'clock, if you're up and away, crazy o'clock, yeah. But like you're saying, even then, maybe midnight, not 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I mean, that's. Can you see this eye? It's over there, isn't it? It's this eye's here. That's a sign of tiredness, and I'm not sure why. I did go a couple of nights without sleep, but I think I slept quite well last night. I think. I just yawned. I'm talking about whether I'm tired or not, and then I yawn. There's a danger sign, folks. Knipex, yeah, I knew Jack Attack would be there with the kip. Knock, yeah, knock knee. Okay. Not up, and then the other one. Okay. Silent K. I assume they're all of Germanic origin, and that they would be pronounced in their original language. I knew Knipex because Big Clive. Knuckle, knowledge, knickers. Yeah, okay. It's great when you've got a search engine to go with rather than just doing it off the top of your fucking head like this idiot here. Okay, the cinema is like an amphitheatre. There's one in Campermore. The Love Field. I would read that as Campo, Campa, that's field or countryside. And more, that's to like or to love. I'm going to go the lovely field or something similar. If you were silent, knackered, you would fall asleep. I frequently do. I've fallen asleep on stream before now. I don't know. I think 32 or 33. TrampCast 32 or 33. I think 32, and then we talked about it in 33. And again, lost subscribers. Admit it, you were pissed, you fucking. It's a hot day, and your mate from Finland stopped by and brought you beers, and you drank them all, and you fell asleep in the chair. You fucking fuck. Yeah, okay, whatever. Move along. It was hot. I was dehydrated. I was tired, and I had beer. Fuck, get over it. What you guys? If you lived where I lived, and you had alcohol at your disposal, you'd drink it. I promise you, you would drink it. Does it make me an alky? Does it make me a lush? Am I homeless because I'm an alky? Is that why I'm homeless? Or is it that those thousands of pounds in the bank won't let me have? Which is more likely? could both be true. It's not impossible. It's less likely for both to be true. But yeah, whatever. You do you. You decide. You make the judgment calls. I'm not telling you what to think or how to think. You do you. It's natural for me to call it Knipex, says Mr. S. Yeah, certain languages with a more Germanic origin. I'm not sure about the Netherlands and how Germanic that is, but places like Denmark, I think have and obviously like your Austrias and your Switzerlands. Yeah, some places are more likely to pronounce the K. For some reason in Britain, we decided that a K at the beginning of a word would be silent. Oh, KN in particular, but I don't know why. Rob, there's a channel called Rob Words, ROB. That's his name. He's Rob, and Words is what he talks about. Rob Words might all be one word, the channel name, or there might be a space, but well worth watching. Highly recommended. Almost as good as Susie Dent, sexy Susie Dent from Countdown fame, and Giles Brandreth. There's another one. Susie Dent and Giles Brandreth do a podcast. Don't think it's on YouTube, but it will be on Spotify. If you've got your government ID available, you Brits, get your fucking passport, driver's license, and a utility bill out and get ready to prove to YouTube, to Spotify, that you are who you say you are and that you're over 18. What the fuck are you guys doing letting this legislation pass? Make a list of every fucking MP involved and eradicate them. From Parliament, I mean, maybe. Get rid of that shit. The whole won't somebody think of the children fallacy. The people who should think of the children are the parents. Not me that hasn't got any kids, not you that hasn't got any kids, not every fucking other adult in the fucking world. The only people that should think of the kids are the parents. Fucking watch your kids. Monitor them. Check every now and again. Let them browse the web, maybe. And then every week, just have a look through their browser history. What are you doing? And their YouTube history, whatever. It's not for me. Don't police me to make sure that your kids are fucking behaving. That's not how it works. That's not society. Won't somebody think of the children? Yeah, the fucking parents. Get out of my face. That's been a biggie in technology this last couple of weeks. The online safety bill. But not just that. How these companies, once they've implemented it for Britain, are implementing it for the rest of the world. Wikipedia, a fucking encyclopedia, wants people to prove that they're over 18. Why? Because someone who's 10 might look at boobs or penis or vagina. If your content's fucking normal and safe and natural, we all did that. We all looked up those words in dictionaries and paper-based encyclopedias back in the day. What's your fucking problem? What is on Wikipedia that needs age verification? Why are these companies and institutions lining up to police what we read? Think of the children. No, not my job. I haven't got any fucking children. Fuck off. Don't police me. Get the parents to police the children. It's not difficult. There's software available to help, or settings available in browsers and things, or talk to your kids. Be there with them. Don't sit a 2-year-old in front of a fucking tablet and that's him until he's 18. Monitor, watch, check back in the listings, see what they access. Don't put the fucking burden of looking after your kids on me. Even if I had kids, I wouldn't want the burden to be on everybody else. Let me check chat and see how many people strongly disagree with me. This is always the fun part. I'm here. If you fell asleep, no excuses needed. Okay, I'm at one. I think that says 118 with Jackie. So I'm going to switch to the bottom. Oh, there's not that many. We have fewer silent letters. Yeah, okay. I thought I might have. I'm just going to. VPN says, yeah, VPN is the answer. Except they're trying to ban them. They're trying to make them illegal. Okay, I went to top chat and back. So I haven't. There aren't people disagreeing with me. Maybe they're sat there fuming because they want to say I'm wrong, but they daren't because this is my domain and I protect the people that come here. Tarzan, the animated series from the 70s. This is my domain and I protect those who come here. He didn't have Cheetah. He had a different little monkey on his shoulder because Cheetah was too big as a chimpanzee or bonobo, whatever she was. Did Karen go? Hold on, how did I miss that? Oh, she's long gone. I'm up early in the morning. Yeah, whoosh, we were just talking about people being in bed too early. Was it 12:30? The last work's hard. She's coming here next week and she's trying to fit in multiple weeks worth of work into 1 week so that she's got the gap in the calendar to come out. I probably missed her. I don't know. Chat froze on me. It didn't show. Good night, Karen, if you are still here. I doubt it, but sorry I missed you. Yeah, I'm a cunt. I was too busy ranting, folks. Once I've got a bee in my bonnet, I will refer you back to yesterday's stream about 1 hour and 20 minutes in. It was an 8 minutes of absolute fucking anger. I don't think I've ranted. I mean, I've ranted in the past. I do not think I have ranted as wholeheartedly as I did yesterday for that 8 or 9 minutes. For anyone who didn't see it, who's wondering what I'm talking about, a lady had cancer, bone cancer and osteoporosis. She's in bed and feels incapable of getting out of bed. And she asks the medical centre, she asks the doctors, can my husband come and get the prescription and go and get the medicines? And they said no. And she appealed and she asked for someone higher up. Rather than just the receptionist, can we have the office manager or the doctor? Can someone make a decision and let... All of the medication were morphine based. This lady was in palliative care. She's going to die. And the medicine is just to ease her way out, to keep her comfortable. And they all said no, no, no. So she gets up and out of her bed. Up and out of her deathbed. And drags herself off to the doctors to get the prescription. And then into town to fulfill this prescription at the pharmacy, at the chemist, to get the tablets. Bone cancer and osteoporosis. And she's out of the bed for the first time in weeks. Her deathbed. Drags herself out and off into town. While there, multiple bones break. Because she shouldn't have been on her feet. She had to get out of her deathbed to go and pick up these tablets. These tablets are painkillers. They're all morphine based. They're not for treating the diseases. They're not for curing. They're not for helping. They're just to take the pain away. This is palliative care, care for people who are on the way out of the door. You're on your way out. She had to get out of a deathbed to go there. Multiple bones break because bone cancer and osteoporosis. And she never got out of her bed again. She gets back into bed that night, and that's it. Job's done. She's dead within a month, and she never got out of bed again. And I said this today. I come to terms with it a bit more, and I can explain it a little calmer. Yesterday it took me by surprise. I was reading back the notes from 3 weeks ago, and I didn't know this was in the notes. So I talked about Tina and how we'd had the vet out, and we'd done all that. And then, this is then. And I remembered how angry and how upset I was reading this story from this bloke that had come to my channel and left me a comment. And then I'd gone to his channel and seen this. How angry I was. And it caught me by surprise yesterday. I didn't realise this was in the notes. I'd not read them back before broadcasting. I was so fucking. I mean, I had tears in my. I'm not going to say I cried, but I teared up yesterday. But I had anger. There was vitriol. If I could have gone and ripped the head off some of those people from that health centre, I fucking would have gone yesterday and ripped the fucking head off those people. It looks silly scowling like that with the glasses on. And I can't focus on me without the glasses now, but I was when I first read it 3 weeks ago, I was fucking angry and teary. And when it caught me again yesterday, I was just as angry. Who makes a lady get up off her deathbed to go into the doctor's surgery and into town with osteoporosis and bone cancer? 2 bone weakening diseases. A lady who hasn't got long left. Can my husband come and get the prescription and the medication? No. This is morphine. He might be a druggie. This might be drug-seeking behaviour. Fuck off. He's nursing his dying wife. She's in palliative care. It's end-of-life care. That's all it is. We're not treating the disease. We're not trying to fight the disease. We're not trying to cure the disease. We're just easing her passage to the end. I don't like euphemisms like passing over until she dies. I'm trying to see her out with less pain than would otherwise happen. And instead, she has to go into town, walk around, and have multiple bones snap. That's what I'm talking about, folks. I don't want to go off on I don't want to go off on one again. I just did. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever fucking heard. Why wouldn't they deliver the medicine? Well, this is 9 years ago, and I'm not sure that was a thing. Nowadays, there are these services and pharmacies do deliver and things. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you why. These people are gypsies. I think in the true term of the sense, the true sense of the term. I don't know whether we're talking Romany or not, but these are people who live out there, caravan on the side of the road. There's possibly, there's the no fixed address thing, there's the no address. Possibly there's prejudice against gypsies. When the guy tells a story, if you go to his website, and I will, again, I haven't done it yet, I'm going to post a link in yesterday's to his channel, and I will post one to this, not in chat, but in the comments tomorrow. When you go there, he's very bitter. He's very angry. He's very, very sweary. So if you're easily offended, he's also broad Scots, and some people might struggle to understand the language. He's very bitter. It's still very, for him. It's 9 years ago, but for him, it's his wife. It's yesterday. It's the rest of his life that's changed. It's a life-changing moment or a life-changing event. He's very raw, very sweary. So it's not for everybody. But I will post the links. I honestly, I will, as soon as I remember. It's the most sickening thing I've ever fucking heard. I'm on my deathbed. Can my husband come and get the prescriptions and go get the meds? No. You'll have to come in. I said yesterday, makes me ashamed to be British. There are a few things recently like that, like this bill, this Protect the Children online safety fucking bill, that puts the onus on everybody except the parents. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember, guys. A few years ago, they proposed if you wanted to access pornographic websites, you'd have to go down the pub and register in the real world to get your permission, to get your license to access porn. In Parliament, MPs thought this. They voted on it and it passed. It was going to become law until they realised what a fucking joke that was. How unworkable it was. Can you imagine going up to the barmaid? Excuse me, missy, I want to go pull my plonker and look at some Asian babes or some lesbians at it. Can you give me my porno license, please? Who on earth thought that was We need to make lists of the politicians that are involved in passing ridiculous stuff, and then we need to hold them accountable. Vote them out. In America, you can recall. If enough people in an area, you don't have to wait till the next election. If you get enough signatures in an area, then you get a new vote, whether to withdraw your what do they call them, your senator or your representative, isn't it, in the House of Representatives. You if you get enough support, you can. There's a process to get rid of them. I don't think we have that. So you have to wait until you can either just put pressure on in the press and campaign, and maybe you'll find a politician who will respect the fact that they're no longer wanted and will stand down. I'll come back to that. Or you have to wait till the next election and make a list of all the ones who supported shitty, stupid things that I don't just mean things you disagree with. I mean things that 90% of people will disagree with. The things that impinge on liberty and freedom. Things that just go too far and it's midterm, you don't get a say. Once you've voted the bastards in, you've got no say. They're going to vote what they're going to vote, and they're just laughing at you until they come crawling back to you in 4 years' time, and and then they'll lie to you, and there'll be some other issue that they want to promote, and maybe you'll have forgotten about this issue here. Our country's been weakened in so many different ways. Not just our country, but the West, our countries. Again, I'm not going to go off into the specifics. Cultural enrichment and all that. Not going to go there now because it's divisive. But the issues where 80% or more of people say, do you know what? That's anti-freedom. That's not what we're about. That goes against what our forefathers we're all about. That's not what we are. Making it everybody else's problem that some 15-year-old wants to look at boobs. I wanted to look at boobs when I was 12, 13, 14, 15. And I did. I found a way. And we all did. Is it the big problem that they think it is? And should it impinge on everybody? Does everybody have to go off and start submitting ID on every website they ever visit? I've gone off on one, folks. Tangents from tangents. It's never really about the children. It's not, Thomas. It's never about the children. But that's the fallacy that they wave in front of us. If you vote against, or if you're against one of these bills, you're against protecting the children, you fucking pedo. That's their angle. That's why it's a fallacy. The think of the children fallacy. No. It stifles opposition. Firstly, it's wrong and it's not about that. Secondly, it opens, if you're against their bill, if you're against what they want to do, it opens you up to being called nasty names. And some of these names are what in sociology are called master labels. So there are some names you can call someone that they can never ever overcome. If a woman calls a man a rapist, that will hang over him forever. Even if he kind of clears his name in a court of law, 50% of the population will still say, oh, you know, no smoke without fire. Rapist, pedophile. You get called a pedophile by someone who was a child 10 years ago and has now reached maturity, and then they say he did this thing. Instantly, all your friends are gone. Your wife leaves you, your kids don't want to talk to you, you're now on your own, you're now homeless and in a field, kind of, this isn't what happened to me, but it's one of the ways these are master labels that will hang over you literally forever. Master labels, psychology, sociology, criminology. There's an overlap between those various topics and subjects. But master labeling theory, it's called. Look it up. Some master labels you just cannot shift. And the fact that you object to having to provide ID to go to Wikipedia means that you're a pedophile, or you're at least open to the accusation. Why don't you want to protect the children? Oh, you're one of them. Control. Yeah. It's not about terrorists. Who remembers in the 90s the VHS videos? If you pirate this, you're funding on behalf of terrorists. Mate, I didn't pay anybody anything for anything. How am I funding terrorists? What are you talking about? Fuck off. The point we literally had that was not just proposed, that was passed in Britain. That was going to become law. And then when it was on like the eve that week of the porno license from you had to go to a place that was only open to 18-year-olds and above, and you would say, hey, here's my slip of paper, can you stamp this? I want to access adult sites. A bit of Tug TV. Can you imagine the barmaid's face? Or do you go down there and you say to the barmaid, can you get the landlord for me, please? It was law. It was going to come in. And they postponed it for 12 months, about a week before it was due to happen, because they realised how ridiculous it was. And a year later, it disappeared. It never came back again. But now they've found another way, and this time they've implemented it. Children and terrorists are such an easy excuse. Yeah, It is that. It's how do you argue against it? We've got this anti-terrorist legislation that means you have to hop around on your left leg for 12 hours a day. I don't really want to do that. You support the terrorists. You're not as against the terrorists as we are. Won't somebody think of the children? No, I want to masturbate on a website. Why would I be thinking about children? The fuck kind of weirdo are you? Think of the children. Not at this moment. No, go, no. That's just, no. Politicians, folks, we need to make lists. Actually, we don't. Hansard, the what's it called? The minute taking of Parliament, the documentation of what happens in Parliament. They already make the list who voted for, who voted against. We should use that as a guide in future. And get rid of the ones that are anti-freedom. We should also campaign for some kind of recall mechanism, though, that like they have in America. In the UK, I don't know if you know this, it's illegal for MPs to resign. It happens all the time. They do resign, but by the back door. They have to. So there are two estates, the Chilterns and there's something or other, and you can't hold these offices and be an MP at the same time. So if you want to resign as an MP, you literally apply for that job over there that doesn't allow, where you're forbidden. You're forbidden to be an MP if you hold that office. Like you can't be in the House of Lords. You can't be a Lord and be an MP. You have to give, which is why Anthony Wedgwood Benn, Tony Benn, was a Viscount, I believe, hereditary, when he was young. Hereditary. To become an MP, he had to give up his title, because you can't be a Lord or a Viscount and an MP. And it's the same with this Master of the Chilterns or whatever the hell. Jack Attack, if he's still here, will fact check me. But it's illegal to resign as an MP. So you apply for this other position. Can I have the position of the Master of the Hounds of the Chilterns or whatever and you get granted it, and therefore you're no longer an MP. So you've resigned without resigning by applying for this other job. Chilterns is almost definitely one of the words, but there's another one. Has Jack left? Maybe he's not in the house anymore. I've got my phone. I can look it up, can't I? If I look up Chilterns MP resign, where's the fucking button? There. Trying to find the on button for my phone in the dark. MP Chiltern resign. Maybe I should have put the resign before Chiltern. Go. And up the brightness, because I can't read shit. Chiltern hundreds. Members of Parliament are not permitted to resign. They are instead appointed to an office of that's just a summary. But it confirms what I said. It's the Chiltern Hundreds or something. That's not what I was after. This goes back to 1624. Members of Parliament cannot directly resign their seats. Accept cookies. Reject cookies. and get my magnifying glass. Sorry, folks, you're probably bored watching a guy do a search on the internet you could do for yourself. Under a resolution of the House of 2nd of March 1624, so this is 19 years after Guy Fawkes, members of Parliament cannot directly resign their seat. Death, disqualification, and expulsion are the only means by which member's seat may be vacated during the lifetime of a Parliament. There are two such offices that are used for disqualification: Crown Steward and Bailiff of the Chiltern Hundreds and the Manor of Northstead. So there you go. Chiltern Hundreds and Manor of Northstead. So you cannot resign as an MP. Did you hear that? You have to apply for one of these other jobs, and if you get the job, you're disqualified from being an MP. So that's anyone in scandal. That's what they do. Now you know, if you didn't already. You probably did. Oh, look at this. Jack Attack's already posted it. Look. You were too slow, mate. I was trying to talk about it and you weren't there. And he's... Here we go. Their formal titles unpaid when an MP needs to disqualify themselves from Commons. No right to resign, yeah, unless they're death and expulsion, yeah. Thank you, my friend. I did go off and read it myself, but you'd already posted it. But for anybody, some people listen to this in the background during the day tomorrow, so they won't have been able to read. They won't have been able to read chat. So me burbling on will fill them in a little bit at least. Okay, folks, we are 2 hours 46 in, and I don't know what we're talking about or why. And there's only a limited number of us in chat. Guys, chat is open to everybody. I haven't limited it. We haven't had any trolls for a few days. So I've left it wide open. If you're lurking in the background, are you a regular who's lurking? Are you new here maybe, and you're just wondering what is all this? I am a tramp. Slightly performative. I'm a homeless guy living in a field, originally living just in the field, looking up at the sky at night, sleeping here. I now have tents. I have a tent. I have belongings. I have electronic gizmos like this tablet that you're watching me from. Let me see whether I can just turn it a little bit this way, put myself a little bit more center frame. I have a tablet, I have a phone. I tried to do a stream earlier, a live stream earlier from the phone, but that didn't work out. Something's wrong with the microphone, perhaps. I'm an Englishman, trapped by circumstance, I would say, in Spain. Some people disagree. Some people say this is all AI and that I don't exist and that my tent doesn't exist and that they came to this field and there was nothing here. That's always fun. Because the 6 or 7 people in chat that have been here would disagree. They're not all in chat now, but 6 or 7 people that have been here and have been in chat in the past, including my friend Karen, who's just gone to bed a little while ago. Been here many times. The tent I'm living in, she brought here from Britain, from the UK. Been here many, many times. Cut my hair for the first time. Is it over 2 years ago now? I think it's over 2 years ago. I think we marked the passage of 2 years. She's a hairdresser. Cut my hair and my beard. My beard was rectangular and down here. My hair, I'd had an elastic band. I'd had a ponytail. I had long hair. And I'd got the ponytail through, and then I looped it back through the same elastic band to kind of shorten it. So I had a shorter ponytail. And the elastic band kind of melted and went bad in the heat and the sun, and then over time this thing started to twist and pull tight. And it took me a month to loosen it and loosen it and loosen it. And eventually I took the scissors around and took this thing away like a scalp, the ponytail, and then this matted mass of hair, literally like that, like a face hugger, but from off the back of my head, like a scalp, but without the skin. She cut I did that, and my hair was a mess for a while, and she came and cut my hair and sorted me out, and that's over 2 years ago now. So anybody who says he's not here really, you can search if you go. I didn't know this till yesterday. You can go to Google Maps and type in Delta Mike Torrevieja, and it will drop a pin. It's not exact. It's this field, but it's not. I'm a little bit offset. But if you came to the pin, you'd obviously see the big blue tent. That was Donegal over landing, Richard, who put that on, and Alexander yesterday that told me about it. I don't think Richard had told me about it, or if he had, I'd missed it or forgotten it. I'm not sure, but I found it quite entertaining. It was quite funny. If you do Street View, you have to look down the field from on the main road. If you do Street View from down this little lane, I'm not here. My working hypothesis is that a few years ago, somebody came down that road and came down here and filmed, the Google Street View guy. But whoever came down afterwards, a year later or 2 years later, went down the main road and didn't come down here. No, the other way right. Hold on. Oh, I don't know. I used to be on Street View and be visible. And if you come down this side street and look, I'm not. But from the main road, I am. It's not this tent. It's not even the last tent. It's the one before. But yeah. But the Street View car must have been down here because the Street View thing lets you drive, you can do the arrows thing and come down, do the click thing and come down. But those pictures must have been from before I was here. Oh well, folks, I'm getting tired. We're on 250. I think I'll go while 3. I'll go another 8 minutes, and we'll probably, unless I get a sudden boost in vitality and awakenedness. Is that a word? I'm going to go with awakenedness. Unless I get a sudden boost, I'll probably call it quits in 8 minutes. Oh, I don't know what to do about my phone, folks. I do have a little bit of spare cash in the PayPal account. Is this the kind of thing that you take it to a phone shop, or have it taken to a phone shop and have it looked at? Or is it the sort of thing that will sort itself out in a week or 3? Whatever the blockage is. Sometimes you can get something will block a hole, and then it'll like decompose or disintegrate or just fall out on its own. I'm not sure if this is that. I don't actually know. Karen said she's going to bring a vacuum, so maybe that. I'll give that a go because she's going to be here a few days, sometime next week. I think she's flying out Monday. I'll probably see her Wednesday or Thursday. You need a day or 2 after traveling. You need a day or 2 to decompress and unwind and what have you. There's Jack Attack and his Chiltern 100s. What a stupid rule. The Chiltern 100s, or the not being able to resign. I guess it was seen as like a duty. Once you'd got the support of the electorate, it's not for you to back out of it, is maybe what the original idea was. This was after we'd had a period of what was called the Rotten Parliament, where everybody was corrupt. Part of why Guy Fawkes wanted to do his Guy Fawkes thing and blow the place up. Guy Fawkes wanted to do the V for Vendetta thing and blow the place up with everyone inside. That, and he wanted rid of the king as well. There was a whole Catholic versus Protestant element to it, which is why to this day we throw a Catholic on the bonfire every year in effigy. So what surprised me, when in Ireland, Northern Ireland, a few weeks ago, they did a big bonfire thing and they burnt effigies of immigrants, the boat people. And some people were like up in arms in total uproar. How dare you have an effigy of a person on a bonfire? We've been doing that for 420 years. What the fuck are you talking about? How can you have an effigy of a person? We literally throw a Catholic on the bonfire every year since 1605, 1604, 1605. It's been 420 years we've been throwing an effigy of a person on a bonfire. Some wokesters got all deeply upset about it this year. I mean, they could have waited until November the 5th, I guess, but it was orange parades and other there's politics and things. I'm not going to get too in depth. No phone dropping yet. Lots of phone dropping, Jack. Lots and lots. Every time I put the phone on the stand and I have the EcoFlow on the bed and the wire across, every time I get in and out of bed, I catch the wire and the phone gets dragged off its stand and lands, if not on the floor, it lands on something that is on the floor. Lots and lots and lots, about 20 times a day. Lots of phone dropping. Head hugger, that was the hair. Yeah. Rules in the GP are real complicated. They can be. It's because we've got history. There will have been a reason for this thing 400, 500, 800 years ago. There would have been a reason. It's a little bit like, I heard there's a law in certain states of America. It's illegal to drive your car with an ice cream in your back pocket. Imagine sitting down in your car with an ice cream cone in your back pocket. That's entirely illegal. Why does that have to be illegal? Who in their right mind who in their right mind deliberately put an ice cream in their back pocket and then sat down? I assume the reason for the law is because after he sat down, maybe he's already got the engine running, and then he's turned it on while he's outside the car, and then he gets in, and he's put his foot down on the accelerator and just driven fast into the. He's the only bloke that ever did it in the history of civilization, but their state senate or parliament, I don't know, whatever, their commonwealth, whatever their regional government is, decided to enact a law saying don't put ice cream in your back pocket and then get in a car. That law is on the books to this day. Some of the ones that we used to talk about in the UK were that every adult male of age should practice his archery on a Sunday morning. I think this one has since been repealed, but certainly in the 70s when I was a kid, we used to poke fun at the fact that this law was still on the books. Since William the Conqueror and whatever in 1066, this law had been on the books that every British man of age had to practice his archery on a Sunday morning. Obviously, it's anachronistic. It's been surpassed. But certain laws nobody repeals; they get left on the books. As I said, I think in some review that has been taken away since then. But you get these laws, you get these rules. Why can you not resign as an MP? Well, because in 1320 something, somebody did something to somebody, and we made it illegal, and we never unmade it. I think this might even be the Netherlands. There was a thing where soldiers had to stand guard at a certain spot at a palace somewhere, right up until like 1980s or 1990s. You'd have the guards at certain gates and certain doors, and you'd have all the obvious ones, but there was this guard that had to stand in the gardens, and they've been doing it for hundreds of years, and nobody knew why. somebody asked the guard, what's the history of this? Why are you here every day? What do you? I don't know. It's tradition. We've never. I don't know. It's the rules. I have to be here. Okay. So they went back and they looked through the books. And it turned out that like 400 years ago, there was this beautiful little flower growing up here, and the princess didn't want anybody to accidentally stand on it. So she set a guard to stand there all day long and make sure that nobody accidentally stood on the, I don't know, dandelion or whatever the hell it would have been. And 400 years later, after the dandelion's long dead, and nobody knows why the guard's standing where the guard's standing, but that's what it was. It was to guard this flower because the princess liked it and she didn't want anybody to accidentally stand on it. You get these laws, and hundreds of years later, nobody knows what or when or why. And it's the same with, it's whether the guard's standing there because the princess told him, or whether the law's still there because it had a purpose 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 500 years ago. Shit happens. We get these things. It's always interesting when someone does look back and see what Mr. S can see the tent. Okay. Thomas has rolled his last, I assume, herbalaceous extract. And is the phone water resistant? To the extent that phones are nowadays, yeah, it's a top of the line. It's a Samsung, you know what I mean? It's a flagship phone. So it would be as water resistant as it just folds, so that might have weakened water resistance, I guess. It hasn't been exposed to water. It hasn't been in any. Maybe I've had it on my chest or something while listening to a story. Maybe it's picked up some sweat or some gunk. I don't know. In device checker, does it have in device care? That's a good question, my friend. Hold on. I assume device care is under settings somewhere. If I go here and search for device, device care, you said, yeah? In device care, does it have the diagnostics checker? Maintenance mode, software update, auto optimization, performance profile. There's a big button, optimize now. I don't have, what did you say? Diagnostics checker. I have seen that somewhere. App protection can go through itself. Hold on. Maybe under the three dots? Settings, no. About device care. Show device care on the app screen. No. Not here. Hold on. What was the thing that you said though? The thing for checking sensors, mics, etc. I wonder if we can just search for that. Sorry, folks. Riveting video. Watching a guy look through the options on his phone. If I type something like check sensors. No, it says try switching just for sensor. Finger sensor gestures. No. I'm sure I'll have a dig around tomorrow. I've seen something about it's not there. Maybe just diagnostics. Can I just do diagnostics? Accessibility as a diagnosis mode. Handle gestures, speech recognition, performance, debugging. No. I'll dig into that tomorrow, mate. On stream probably isn't the best place to be. It's not riveting viewing for the rest of you, while I just scroll through. Some places they skip the effigy and just burn the. Oh, burning your dead. I mean that's. Oh, India, what pyre? They call it a pyre, don't they? Where you build a fire and burn the body. Best not to throw the widow on, the living widow, along with the dead husband. That's. Mm, mm, that's a little bit less than ideal. Can you imagine? He's in the waiting room in heaven, kind of. Yeah, he's there in the waiting room while she's getting burnt alive. When she comes walking through that door, she's not going to be a happy bunny. If there is a waiting room in heaven, I've got no idea. Here's one for you. There was a comedian in Britain, a comedy actor called Norman something or other in the 70s, late 70s, maybe into the 80s. Little guy, balding head with the side hair stuff. And there was a comedy about just that, about arriving in heaven. And this couple arrived there, and the guy argues, no, we're not married anymore. No, you were married. You've been married till death do us part. And I've never been able to find this comedy. So the modern, I guess the modern remake would be the American thing, The Good Place. Dead people arrive in heaven or whatever it is, and have to learn the rules of the new place. And it was like that. But it was this comedy actor that I've never been able to find. Norman somebody. I can't be certain that it's Norman, but I've got it drilled into my head that it's Norman. And I'm usually not too wrong when something from the dim and distant drills away in my head. I've just never been able to find this 70s comedy about dead people arriving in heaven. We did this a while ago about Kinvig. We found Kinvig. But yeah, no, I don't know. The Zoroastrian thing where they leave you atop a lonely tower for the birds to peck away at. Can you say Red Indian still? Or do you have to say Indian feather not dot? What's the? I'm not saying Native. I'm not going there. I'm not saying Native American. That's just they hate that. Just Indian. You know what I mean? American. Yeah, Red Indian. I'm gonna say Red Indian. Fuck it. I'm not having my speech policed. Tina girl, steady, babe. Doesn't matter if there's somebody there as long as they're not doing any harm. It's okay. Some Red Indians built a platform and put the dead body on top. I think, especially if it was a chief, it was more of the elevation was a rank thing. I don't know where I heard that or how or where, but yeah. So tell Zoroastrian, what what is that? It's a word I've heard, but I don't know where that's based or who or what country or where in the world that would be. But Thomas the Norwegian would like that for himself. No dropping tonight. Oh, no, we'll try not. Someone got behind the wheel and caused an accident or three on a hot sunny day. Oh, the ice cream, yeah, yeah. I can imagine, right. You've got your hands full, right? Imagine that maybe you've got 2 ice cream cones, and you got to the car, and now you want to get in, but you've got to put the ice cream down so you can get the keys and do the. So maybe you've put it. I'll just put it in my back just for 5 seconds. I know it's a silly thing to do, but just I'll remember. I'll remember. Maybe your kid's in the car already, and that's why you one for you, one for her, one for your daughter or whatever, and you've left her in the car while you're going in the shop. You come out. Oh, where my I put it in my back pocket. You open the car door. Oh, here you are, darling, and you give her, and then maybe you start the engine while you're still outside. You've got the keys in your hand from opening the door. Maybe you've put the aircon on or something. You want to power the engine for the aircon before you get in. It's got warm while you've been out. Maybe, and now you come to step in, and then you sit down, and the shock of the cold ice cream on your backside, and you press the accelerator, and it's the only thing I can think. Why else would you make a law to make it illegal to have an ice cream in your back pocket? It's the most bizarre. There has to have been a reason. There has to have been a reason. It's got to be that. I'm trying to think of this circumstance where you haven't got enough hands to hold 2 ice creams, or maybe 3, and maybe you pass one to the other. You've got 2 in this hand now, and you've got this one. You're going to put it on the roof? No, I never put anything on the roof because you'll drive off and forget. I'll put it in my back pocket. What could possibly go wrong? It has to be something like that, folks. Shaking a doormat after 8 a.m. is prohibited under the Metropolitan Police Act. This is probably when you shook things from a balcony or from a bedroom window, or poured your chamber pot out of the window. All of those kind of things. Tina, no, stop. It's got to be something like that, isn't it? Yeah, shaking. They keep moving they move them around. They move them under different submenus. They rename things. Yeah, some things they remove. Like Tina, you can clear the cache for individual apps, but you can't clear the cache for the entire phone, for the entire operating system anymore. Tina, fuck's sake! It's just cats. I'm sat in a field, guys, at 2:15 in the morning, shouting at my fucking dog to tell her to shut up. It's called device care. I just went to device care, and it had a bunch of options, but it didn't just have a. It had something called optimize, but it wasn't like diagnose. It wasn't scan or check. I'll have a go tomorrow. I'm not going to start pressing buttons on things right here, right now, but I'll have a dig around tomorrow. Sky burial, you call it, yeah, where you put them on a platform for the birds to. You want to make sure you're dead, though, don't you? What's the story? Greek mythology. Matey boy that stole fire. What's he called? It's not going to come. I can tell you now, I'm not going to get there. The connections are not going to work. Stole fire from the gods and gave it to man. Anybody get that? Nobody's there yet. He was tied to a rock, chained to a rock, and a bird called a rock, I believe, came down and ate his liver every day. It was almost there, his name, the guy who stole the fire. Fuck, I know this. Everybody knows this. Bodies cut to pieces to attract. Okay, very gross. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you're cutting the body to pieces, you're obviously making sure they're dead first. There's no There's no way that someone's just fallen unconscious for 6 hours and got pegged out for the birds. Pegged out sounds wrong in modern context. Not that. Not that kind of pegging, guys. Come on. I'm so close to having his name. Stole fire from the gods. I know it's not going to come. I'm assuming no one's typed it. What are you guys? You guys know the answer. Come on. Stole fire from gods. That wasn't Oppenheimer. What the fuck was that? Prometheus, for fuck's sake. What is wrong? I get worse. Ah, you're too late, you fucker. I beat you to it. You'd probably started typing it before I said it, but by the time you'd finished, I'd already said it. But he was. I should have read to see whether I'd got it right about the bird being called a roc, R-O-C, that used to come down and peck his liver away every day. And whether it was liver, I think it was liver. Cheers, folks. Do you know what? I'm going to have to go for a slash. The question is, do we carry on, or is this the end? How many? There's 11 of you here. We got 17 thumbs up, so we're not going to be breaking any records tonight. We're 3.25 hours in. Have we got much more to talk about, or do we call it quits? It's bedtime for Mr. S. It probably is for me, I think. Is it? Where are we? 2:20. Oh, the time's off because I started my first stream at the appointed hour, and that went bad, and then I dicked about for a while trying to get this going. Normally the hours would line up either on the hour or the half hour, depending on when I started. This is way off. It's 2:22. Yeah, okay, yeah. 2:21 here on my yeah, 2:21. But I'm 3 hours 18 in, so the hours and the minutes don't line up with yeah. Things went wrong from my first attempt. I don't know what to do, folks. How many of you are going to stick around? Is anybody here? 15 minutes on the first try, yeah, and then there was 5 or 10 minutes while I dicked about in between, yeah. It wasn't the greatest, was it? It wasn't the greatest, that first one. If there's a few of you want me to carry on, want us to, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just a conduit for you guys. Is that the phases of the moon? What was that, Josie? It is just okay. I'm checking that there's not like got cartoon faces on or something. Phases of the moon. I won't stay long. It's okay, mate. Dip out whenever you're ready. I'm gonna if I'm carrying on, folks. I've got another light with me. I'm gonna have to go for a quick call of nature. Nip inside the tent to do what I need to do. Only be a minute. I've only got a third of a can of beer here. Have I got? Is that beer? Hold on. Did I bring? Oh, of course I did. I'm a prepper. I prepared. I brought more beer in case we carried on. Give us a minute, folks. Oh, I don't know whether to mute the microphone or not. I'm not sure how loud I'll be in there. I'm muting the microphone just in case. Back. What the hell? Oh, the glasses moved my hair. You alright there, Tina girl? Don't think I can get you on camera this time of night. Oh, here we go, folks. Here we go. Let's have a see where we are. You've been talking about me behind my back. Josie thinks she's going to go to bed. She's up at 6:30. Good night, Josie. Mr. S. Good night, mate. Good night. Josie's eyes are getting heavy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll carry on. To be, I surprise myself sometimes. I sometimes start these things, and I think I mentioned, was it yesterday? I mentioned I did a stream where I'd set it all up. I'd got all ready. About an hour before I was due to go live, I started yawning my head off, and I thought, oh, I've told everyone we're going to do it, but maybe I'll only do an hour. And then I did 5.5 hours. And I don't know where it comes from. I don't know how I do it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. It's like I've said in the past, folks. If you told me, if someone pulled a camera out in a bar, in a pub, I'd duck out. I'd go off. I avoided cameras all my life. I've said about how as a kid I had a bad face. And people at school, when the school photos were done, people in my class at school didn't buy the class photo. They only bought the photo of themselves, or their parents only bought the photo of their kid. They didn't buy the class photo because there was this kid with this gargoyle face in the middle of the picture. So I've always been really reluctant around cameras, always. And yet, here I am. Not only was I reluctant around cameras, I had a bad experience as a kid with a neighbour and a tape recorder. 1970s tape recorders weren't great. But I was 4, maybe 5, and this neighbour recorded my voice and played it back to me. And I didn't like what I heard. It wasn't me. Because you don't, your ears hear you. You're not listening to the airwaves. When someone talks to you, it's vibrations in the air. When you talk, you're not listening to your voice coming back at you in vibrations in the air. You're listening to induction in the bone. Your voice is traveling to your ear through the bones, and it's what you hear isn't what everybody else hears. They hear different, and this big disconnect between what I heard as a kid and then this 1970s fucking cassette recorder. No didn't like it, and I guess that gave me a complex. When we were at school and singing, I didn't sing. I mouthed it and pretended. All my life, I've been reluctant to hear my own voice, reluctant to be on camera, and yet here I am on YouTube talking to you guys. What the fuck is that about? How'd that happen? What bizarre set of circumstances brought that about? Bizarre. You're right over there, Tina. I need to see what my girl's doing. She's making noises. I can't. No. Whoa. Where's the fuck? Okay. There's the port for the power. And there's the. Tina, okay? Babe? Everything okay? Tina's okay. She's got a cute look on her face. I don't think the camera would pick it up. I can't get the light in the right place and the camera. Night night. Where are we, folks? I'm going to finish this little bit. There was a little bit more than I thought. Another go. That got it. I misjudged it at first. And I think I just missed the bin. I'll have to get that in the morning. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about? What is this? This is Thursday night, yeah? Thursday night. Let me confirm. Friday morning now, obviously. Yeah, we're after midnight, so yeah. Thursday night into Friday morning. Do you know, for the last 2 days I've written no notes. I'm going to have to backfill from memory the events of the last 2 days, if there have been any events. There hasn't been much happened, but when I come to do TrampCast about this week, I'm not sure if that's going to be this Sunday or not. Because to do that, yesterday we did the 20th of July, yeah? So we've got to do the week ending the 27th, the week ending the 3rd of August, and then this Sunday will be the 10th of August, won't it? So we're going to fit 2 in between now and Sunday, before Sunday. So that's Friday and Saturday, presumably. Friday night, I often do, or I try to do a hangout like this as well. That's a lot of talking. Friday evening, Friday night, Saturday at some point. Has to be afternoon, really, because I want to watch either Big Clive or Scruff Dog. And then Sunday, I'll do the TrampCast proper and a hangout later on, usually on a Sunday. That's 5 or 6 bloody TrampCasts between now and Sunday night / Monday morning. That's a lot of work for someone who's a tramp in a field. What will I talk about? If I know. Is this frozen? Or are you guys not talking to me anymore? I don't think anyone's talked to me since I came back from the toilet. Are we all good? Have you all left me? Maybe there's nobody here. Josie left. That was the last. That's the last comment I've got. Okay, some people dipping in and out, cycling through as we do. Anybody care to introduce themselves in chat? It's a hangout, so it's all about the chat. I'm watching the numbers coming up and down for the number of people here, and they're mainly going down. People drop in, take a look, and say, "Oh no, not him," and leave again. I told you about my face, didn't I? Let me. Oh, I did pick one up already. This table is wet through. From it's weird. It's wet. It was wet from dew earlier. It's kind of drying off a little bit now. As I walked into the tent before, I got a blast of warm air, not from in the tent, but the breeze. The breeze was warm. And then I stepped into the tent, and the tent was even warmer. I have enjoyed this week. I've sat outside at night a little bit more than I have done previously. It's been quite enjoyable. I think now that we're past the peak of summer, the temperatures are not quite as high. They're still I mean, in the daytime it's still daft. But a week ago they were predicting 35 and 36 degrees again for this week, and then that slacked off and we're only 31, 32. That's better than 36 and 37. Those are crazy numbers. I'm trying to think, where's it in Fahrenheit? Is it 37 that's 100? Let me do 36. 36 times 2, 72, minus 10%, 65. Add 32, 97. So yeah, 36 comes out as 97. 37 is probably still just under 100. 38, 37.4 or 0.5, something like that will be 100 degrees, won't it? In Fahrenheit. In old money. See, when I was a kid, we used Fahrenheit still in this country. Not this country, this is Spain. In the UK, we still used Fahrenheit when I was a kid. Born in 68, started school in 73. We were taught both centigrade and Fahrenheit. We did metric and old money. In fact, when I was a kid, I had old money till I was about 18 months old. There's a picture of me holding some of the old coins, and later on, my mum and dad kept a tin of the old ones and halfpennies, the old pennies and halfpennies. Yeah, big coins, very big coins. But there is actually a photograph of me as a kid holding these things, like 18 months old or 2 years or whatever I would have been, and wanting to go to the at the sweet shop, at the corner shop, wanting to buy sweets. I was a fat little fuck. I guess not much changes. I don't know. Is there anybody out there? Is anybody talking? Or Jack Attack's still there? Clive did Sunday, in case you missed it. I was aware, but didn't I? Did I do Sunday as well? I did. I think we crossed streams, and I started to watch it after, but something happened. I had to stop. I will catch up with it. I will watch it. Karen just dropped in to see if we're still here, and we are. Jack Attack says 30. Yeah, I see. I worked out it was 37 point something, so I went with 0.5, 0.77, basically 777, until you round that last digit. Yeah. I'm fairly good at converting those it helps when it's an even number that you're because you double, subtract 10%, and then add 32. And to come back the other way, you subtract 32. You would add 11%, but who can do that? So you add 10% back on. And half. But who can? That gives you a slightly less accurate because you should be adding 11%, and you're adding 10. Not adding. Hold on, which way around? Yeah, you add 10%, 11%. But who can work out 11% or something? I mean, I could. It's not difficult. You work out what 10% is, and then you take a 10% of the 10%. That's your extra 1%. Add the 1% to the 10% to the original. But that it's more steps than you want to be doing mental arithmetic. So you do just 10% and just accept that you're going to be off by a little bit, because most measures in human terms don't matter, do they? It's like the difference between a meter and a yard. Who gives a fuck? Now there's like a 10% difference or something, but it doesn't. In terms of 100 meters versus 100 yards, what's the fucking difference in real life? It's not. It's like the difference between 10 miles and 10.5 miles. It's not it doesn't matter. At human scale, for most things, it doesn't matter. Now here's one. So Americans use feet a lot, and they talk about yards like in sport. American football, you got to get to the 10-yard line. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do the other. But whenever else you hear them talk, it's 30 feet. It's 100 feet. It's 500 feet. What happened to yards? Just divide by 3 and tell me how many yards. I don't get it. Americans, I don't get. You have these units available to you and you just don't use them, except in sport. Don't get it. Karen's going night now. Good night, Karen. Thank you for being here and for dropping in and for coming back and stopping by again. I got no idea how long I'm going to go. I see the numbers are dropping. I guess we're below 10. I generally call it quits once we drop below 10. I'd like to see the numbers climbing, but that's not really happening on the live streams. We peak. We'll start off. Obviously, we start on 0, but we'll climb to between 15 and 20, and just over time, it just stabilizes somewhere between 10 and 15 for quite a while, and then it just drops. And then all I'm doing is talking about the stream, which doesn't have any interest to anybody but me, so I shouldn't do it. It's very meta. A live stream just talking about the live stream. Was that yesterday? It was. When I was talking about when I discovered the numbers, the stats for the for the channel. When we hit 1,600 subscribers, and also 160 or 170,000 visitors, and the watch hours was a crazy number as well. I can't remember now because I haven't got it. It wasn't a case of remembering it. It was written down for me, wasn't it? It was on the tablet when I was on the phone. But stupendous. I would have never believed that so many people would. I'm not going to say hang on every word, but that so many people would bother about a tramp in a field. Have you seen this, guys? This is annoying me. White, not white. I thought at first, for a couple of months, I thought it was coffee staining the. It's not. It's like when I used to have, when everything used to be brown, and then this side of the tash went white. And it didn't matter what I did, it always looked like this looked like it wasn't there. The moustache just always looked. What am I going to do? Whenever it goes grey, there's. I'm not doing the toothbrush Austrian painter moustache. Everything got uneven, and then I still find it quite remarkable. It goes grey from here down, right? Both sides, here down. What colour is this? Where's the fucking micro? Where's the camera? Oh, you can't. Without the light, you're not going to see. My hair does go kind of blonder in the sun. My hair's always bleached, even as a kid. My hair goes blonder in summer. But it's not fucking grey. It really isn't. Here, downwards, and trust me, it carries on downwards. Even it's grey. Everything here downwards, except for some of this, is still not. But it's uneven, which is awkward. But everything else. What's even worse, the stuff that's not grey. You know those hairs on your toes? I've lost those. Those have gone. That's a bad sign. That's a sign that can. So there's two causes of that. One is friction, if you've got shoes or sandals or something that's rubbing. But the other is diabetes or pre-diabetes. Doctors look for that shit. Sign of nature says leaf. Is this like an alternative to beer? You're saying grass, weed, herbalicious extract. Okay, mate. I'll say cheers, you say leaf. We're on 20 thumbs up. I'm surprised it's that good compared to how quiet the stream has kind of been. I'll take it. I didn't announce it much, I don't think. And what I did announce went wrong. So we had to cope with the fact that the first stream was a balls up. I'm happy to have the tablet as a standby. Do you know what I do have to do though, guys? I have to check the battery power on both devices. Does that say 14? Might say 16. It does say 16. Good job I checked. I'm going to have to unplug from the tablet. Because the phone is this is the internet. This gives the Wi-Fi to that at the minute. Now tomorrow, this is something I'm going to try, Jack Attack. I'm going to take the SIM card. This still hasn't updated the operating system. It won't do it. I'm going to take the SIM card out of this, put it in there, open the Wi-Fi hotspot there. Then this will say, oh, Wi-Fi. I can download the fucking update for OS 7 or whatever. It's not OS 7. What does Samsung call their operating system? Can't remember. But I've been plagued now for months. User interface 7, UI 7, UI 7. Bad name. So your user interface sits on top of, if you look at the layers, God, people who do computing, you've got the different layers of hardware, then you've got the kernel and the shell, and then the user interface. Oh, you've got the networking, the networking layer. Historically, the networking layer was an add-on above all of those. It was an afterthought, because Windows existed for so many years before the internet. The networking layer was Windows 3.11, 3.11 for work groups was the first Windows to properly do. How is that weird? That car was past me before I even heard it. Car left. I heard a car and I saw headlights over there, but it's going that way. It was already past me and I never heard it. It's getting silly, guys. How long before I get run over by a car I didn't hear? Do you remember Stop, Look, Listen? Green Cross Codeman. Darth Vader. What's he called? He has the same surname as Will, what's his name, that does the solar panels and jackeries and things. Prowse. Yeah. Dave Prowse, wasn't it? The Green Cross Codeman. I could also have thrown in Tufty Club and all sorts of other things. Did anybody else have 3D, was it 3D Special Agent or 4D Special Agent? That might have been a local police thing around where I lived. You got this ID card. Oh, stop, criminal, I'm a 4D Special Agent. But Green Cross Codeman and Stop, Look, Listen. Nowadays, the listen is redundant. Electric bicycles whizzing past at fucking 40 miles an hour silently. Some of these scooters are almost silent. And car engines can be silent. Some cars I only know are there because they'll ping some rock out and the rubber tire noise going over certain rocks and things. So listening's got nothing to do with crossing the road anymore. You literally have to stop and kind of look 2 or 3 times and keep looking as you cross. Listen has got nothing to do with it. Even though they attempted to implement a skewer morph, didn't they, to make the cars make a noise, but it just comes out of a speaker. It's not a real engine noise. Who knew? Skewer morph. Could I spell it if I had to? No. SKEU. Skew. AMORPH? Skewamorph? Maybe. Skewo. I'm going to go SK. I think UEA. Skewamorph. The E and the A, who knows? But yeah, that's like when your phone camera, when the camera on your phone makes that click, there's no. It used to do that because there was an actual physical mechanism and motors and shit. Actually, you were clicking switches and what do you call them? Relays and motors and shit kicked in. The click was real. Making your camera phone go click, that's a skewomorph. That gives you the sensation that something's happening when mechanically nothing is. Oh, it is just SKEU. There was no A. I invented the A. There you go. Wrong again. It's only the 3rd time since 1979. I keep telling myself this. 3 times a week I'm wrong for the first time since 1979. It's a good word though. Whoa! I put my can down on top of something in it, on top of a spoon. It didn't work well. And I got beer all down my beard. I guess that's why they're called beards, because of beer. Not really. Barbers are called barbers because in some languages the word for beer is barb or barber. Might also be related to barbarian, although I'm told the Romans called people barbarians because when they imitated their languages, they just go ba 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 ba. If you're talking Greek to a Roman, you're a barbarian. Ba 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 ba. You're a barbarian. That's where that comes from. But I do wonder whether beard is also related and barber. Now I'm just pulling random pseudo facts and half-assed interpretations out my ass, folks. Give me something to talk about. What happened in science or technology this week? Other than the online safety bill, which I've already railed about, we have to have a mechanism, folks. Voting every 5 years or 4 years, whatever the fuck it is, I think it's 5 years, isn't good enough. The populace have to have a way to veto. You see, 100, 200, 300 years ago, there was no way to organize a quick poll of the populace. So you voted people in because anything else was unworkable. So you would vote people in to represent you for 5 years because you couldn't have a vote on every issue, on every topic. That would be silly. And even now, I'll be honest, even now it would be silly to vote on every issue. Because people would want bigger benefits, more benefits, more benefits, more spending on the NHS, more on this, less on tax, less on tax. And the two are you can't be spending more and taxing less. So you can't, the people are too dumb. It is true. It's probably controversial to say it, but we all know it's, as a group, the public are dumb as a fucking bag of rocks. And I include myself in that at times. Although I do think I'm above average. But on average, everybody thinks they're above average. So why would I be any different? Everybody thinks they're above average. So you can't give everybody a vote on everything. And even if you did, most topics will be 50-50, 60-40, whatever. But where Parliament goes in a direction that you think is like 80-20, most people who understand the issue are fucking against. We need a veto. We need a way to say, oh, listen, you're 600 MPs, but fuck you, no, you're wrong. Before they go off and implement this shit. Some of these more modern things, here's the problem. You've got a two-tier system. You've got the members of Parliament, and you've got the House of Lords, who, in theory, are a last protection. They're not meant to be party political. And even if they're party political, they're meant to be elder statesmen and hold themselves above party politics and look at the longer term big picture. This is our Senate, if you like. These are our seniors. Senior and senator are derived from the same, like senilis, but derived old, respected, respectable. Where are they? They don't understand online. And they're not equipped to challenge, to understand, to stand fast against the think of the children. They're all grandparents and great-great-grandparents. They're well in with the think of the children mentality. They're not equipped to handle modern topics. So we are now at a stage where communication is easy enough. You can gauge the mood of the public without it having to be this big once in a 5-year vote. So I would disagree with voting on everything because people would, like I said, more spending, more spending, more spending, less tax, less tax, less tax. Those two can't work. You can't have the public vote on everything. But where it looks like we're fucking 80-20 or 90-10 or 95-5, we have to have a way to veto that shit. Don't we? Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? This is my... Speaking with all of the authority of a tramp living in a field in a country where he doesn't speak the fucking language. Speaking with all of the authority at my fingertips, I deign it to be so. Make it happen. Make it so, number one. A public vote to veto bad policy. But with a high, we're not talking 51-49. That don't cut it. Maybe it's 80-20, maybe it's 85-15, maybe it's 90-10. I don't know where the limit should be. Maybe we should have a vote on where the limit should be. Now we've got fractal democracy. We break everything down into smaller and smaller parts. Reconnecting your life, of course. Just I was talking about fractal democracy. Andy's computer tube. Chance would be a fine thing for what, my friend? What did I say that gets? Is this a chance to veto what the politicians implement? I guess I assume that's where we were when we had a say on things through digital voting. It's like I said a few moments ago, it's a nice idea. Shouldn't be overdone. Because if the public vote on everything, and we have the technology that would allow that, but we would vote for more spending on nurses and more spending on policing and more spending on fire brigade, more on the welfare state, more on this and more on that. Oh, but tax? Oh no, we should pay less tax and less on this tax and less on that tax. If you could implement some way of giving the public the vote, but also making them have to balance the books. Just important things. Yeah. And I think what I said before about maybe it's only on items where there's an 80-20 split or 75-25. We need to draw a line somewhere. You only get to veto and tell them and kick stuff to the curb where the vast majority, you can't be like 51.5 versus 48.5. That's not enough to block shit. That's too close to call. If it's not like a massive majority, then whatever the politicians said, because let's face it, in theory, they're more informed on the topic at hand than the public. They've maybe read some briefing papers. They've read what's involved. They've had instruction from central command who've read briefing papers and drawn up policy documents. In theory, the politicians that are voting on stuff should be more informed on those things than us. So we only get to override them when it's a 90-10 or an 80-20. Maybe a 75-25. I don't think you can trust the populace to vote on each and every step, on each and every measure, because the public generally are as fucking thick as a bag of rocks, and I know because I'm one of them. So yeah, it's just important things. Yeah. Pete, hello. Don't only watch on TV. Jumped on my tablet to send a comment, say hello, so I can see I'm doing this right. Also, I voted Labour. I never will again. Isn't that interesting? I was brought up in Scargill country, and we voted Labour out of, I don't know why. We voted Labour because we were brought up to vote Labour. Because everyone around me were miners. They were colliers, pitmen. Um, Pitman is manual work. It's Labour. The Labour Party is supposed to be all about representing the workers, in particular the manual workers. So I was pro Labour, but I've got to say, most of my life, whenever Labour got into power, the finances went to shit. And this guy now, queer two-tier Starmer. Whatever happened, these rent boys that kept burning his houses down, where did that go? How silenced has that been? Literal rent boys burning down his houses and his cars because reasons. There's a strong suspicion that he's gay and that his wife is a beard. For anyone who doesn't know, beard is a term for when maybe a gay man and maybe a lesbian woman marry to appear normal to other people. She is his. Of course, I'm not gay. I've got a wife. It's like I'm a manly man. I've got a beard. Yeah, I've got a beard. Of course, I'm not gay. I don't just have a Freddie Mercury moustache. So that's beard. Queer two-tier Stasi. If you want to give him his full name. I have no knowledge that nobody else has. I know nothing that other people don't know. Just I remember from week to week, everybody else has forgotten about how 4 of his houses and 2 of his cars were set on fire by rent boys, Romanian or some such. Does anybody else remember this, or is this just me? I feel like I'm shouting into the fucking void at times. Some gay men took it upon themselves to start burning down houses and vehicles that maybe he no longer owns, but that they recognized from their time with him, allegedly, maybe. Queer Starmer. Come on. It's a good name. There's something weird there, folks, and I can't be the only one that fucking spotted it. I'm the only one that 3 weeks later still remembers it. Because the press suddenly stop. It's like they draw a line under it and move on, and we'll never mention it again. We'll pretend it never happened. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know, folks. I don't know. God, isn't it an hour ago that I said I was about to stop on the hour? I've got no idea how I keep going. I don't know what this. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why I'm talking about it. The breeze is positively warm, folks. There's a little bit of a wind picking up, but it's warm, and it's 3:05, 7 minutes past 3. It's getting warmer, if you can believe it. It's getting warmer at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why does it look so light? That's not the moon. Is it the lamp? It's the lamp. How is the camera? How is the front-facing camera picking that up? Excuse me. That's a little bit. The front-facing camera doesn't face forwards. It picks up light from behind it. That's weird. Maybe Andy's computer tube can tell me what's going on. Jack attack. A third man has been charged as part of an investigation to alleged arson attacks at properties connected to Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. Police have said. That was the 21st of May. And then what? Going to be a warm weekend. Where are you, Andy? Are you in the UK or are you out here in Spain? I'm in Spain, Torrevieja, southeast coast of Spain. It's very warm here. We're still. I did bring up like a weather. Oh, wrong side of the phone. I don't like this. Where am I here? I'm not. There's no weather in that one. You know, on some phones, if you swipe down on the right, you get like the settings, and if you swipe down on the left, you get the notifications. My phone, you swipe down and you get everything. The control panel is kind of there, and then the notifications are under. I far prefer that. I don't want to be working out where my finger is on the screen for what I'm getting. It's a little bit suboptimal. Would be the terminology I would have used. But that was back in May, June, July. It's a month and a half ago, 21st of May. And nobody's questioning the who, how, what, when, where, why. Why are these gay rent boys burning Sir Keir's properties and cars? Anybody who is gay who's watching, I'm not homophobic. But call a spade a spade. I'm not saying the N-word tonight. God, I am so going to get banned by YouTube at some point. Somebody's going to clip all of these little bits together. Call a spade a spade. I didn't, folks. I didn't, and I'm not. Bear in mind, I got called a racist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, because I didn't like Disney's Star Wars. The last 3 Star Wars films, the last trilogy with Rey and whoever, I don't remember the rest. Adam Driver. I don't remember the name of the character. This is it. I don't remember the name of the character. Daisy Ridley was Rey. I get that. Adam Driver was a guy in a weird mask. But it was a bad mask. It wasn't like Darth Vader mask. Although apparently he'd kept his uncle or granddad. He kept his granddad's Darth Vader's mask. It's a bad set of films. The first one set up things that could. I was disappointed in the first one. I thought it could have gone somewhere though. I thought it was building to something. Then they brought in a different director, and he decided to shit all over what the first guy did. And then I think they brought in the original guy back, who decided to shit up back on what the guy in the middle had done. What was he called? Ryan. He was the guy in the middle. Ruin Johnson, they call him. It was Ryan Johnson, I'm guessing. But his nickname Ruin because he ruined shit. Rian, not Ryan. I think Johnson. But anyway, I didn't like that trilogy of films because it was a disjointed mess. They didn't have an overarching storyline. They kept switching and chopping. So Ray was supposed to go with the black guy whose name I can't remember. So I'll just call him Black Guy. Now I'm not being racist. He's a guy and he's black. I could have said he's a guy and he's coloured, therefore he's a coloured guy, and I would have said that back in the 90s and the early 2000s. I was brought up to say coloured as a polite, politically correct way to distinguish non-white from white. It grouped them together, but said not white, coloured. A coloured pencil is a pencil of colour is a coloured pencil. A coloured person is a person of colour. Don't police my fucking speech. Just get out my fucking way. But I was called all of those names: racist, misogynist, sexist, homophobe, transphobe, whatever. The fact that they took a very pretty Asian lady and dressed her in a fucking potato sack and give her a really bad haircut. Can't remember the name of the character. I remember Ethan Van Sciver. Ethan Van Sciver is a famous comic artist. I've got T or something, and that's not right. He went into like local, I don't know, Walmart or Target or wherever, and bought up all these Star Wars characters, and then started fucking drilling holes in them, pulling heads off and chopping heads off and setting them on fire. And he got accused of being a sexist, racist, homophobic, misogynist, He's like, no, these are just really bad toys. These are just, and they're really bad. It's a really bad model of a really bad character in a really bad series of films. I'm not setting her on fire because she's fucking Asian. I'm setting her on fire because they took a really pretty lady, dressed her in shit, gave her a really shit haircut, Rose Tico. Is that the character or the actress? I think that's the character. But anyway, he multiple times chopped heads off, pulled heads off, drilled holes in. I do like Ethan Van Sciver. For people who are into comic books, he's a very famous comic artist. Right of centre, and therefore got cancelled when Orange Man got elected. I'm not bothered about the politics of it. I just like the guy's quite entertaining. He's one of these guys who's really entertaining just to watch and listen to. I thought about drawing comparisons there, but I'm not. Not in the same league. Not even in the same league. Let me scroll and see where we are for North London. North London. Where was I? I was in the south. When I was in London, I was in the south. Started in the east. Plaistow, West Ham, Upton Park. Worked more central. Chelsea and Fulham and Chelsea. Chelsea Harbour. I worked in Chelsea Harbour. I also worked southwest London, so South Wimbledon and Morden. Speciality Gas, BOC Speciality Gas in Morden. Lived in Tooting, Broadway. That was the railway station, with the bar right next door. The pub was the Mitre. Come out the tube station. Turn right. There was the bar. Stop and have a beer or three. Walk home. Past Eamon Corner. Famous corner named after. It's not named after a group, a pop group. A pop group in the 60s were named after that particular corner. I turned right at Eamon Corner. Streatham, if you went straight ahead, you'd be headed for Balham and Streatham, if I remember correctly. I'd go the other way towards Tooting, the Overland railway station. The Overland. So I've come out of the underground, done 2 or 3 sides of a square, and there would be the railway station. Before the railway station, I think it was on Ipswich Road. I think I was living on Ipswich Road. There was a gay bar. Back when gay bars were boarded up and were kind of controversial, we'd walk past this gay bar just after Amond Corner. Um, I'm reminiscing rather than saying anything of interest, folks. I don't know where I'm going with any of that. Um, but yeah, I lived in Morden for a while and then Tooting. And this is worked. Oh, God. Imagine, if you know London, imagine living around the Upton Park, Plaistow kind of area. And for the first 2 weeks, you've got to go into Chiswick every day. Guys, we're at opposite ends. If you look at the map, Zone 5, I think it was called, on the Underground, you're going from Zone 5 out east to Zone 5 out west just to get to work. You're going into London through hour and a fucking half just to get to work. If everything runs smoothly. And nothing ever runs fucking smoothly. There were also bus rides just to get to the tube station, obviously. Number 9, hold on, that was Morden. No, the number 19 was Morden. Can't remember the bus numbers when we were out Plaistow or East Ham way. At West Ham. Plaistow, West Upton Park. Anyway, I'm gibbering. Pete Roberts remembers the rent boy thing. It's not just me. Queer Starmer, you got to spell it with a Q. Shut things down. He won't be PM this time next year in Devon, UK. Devon with the proper shaped Cornish pasties that are triangular. Is that Devon? They're not Cornish. I know. I have this thing about, in my head, a Cornish pasty has that triangular crescent kind of. It's a crescent, but it's got the triangular cross section. Except that's not actually a Cornish pasty. I think that's a Devon pasty. Going back to Queer Starmer, yeah, so many people are against him, but this thing with the police knocking on your door if you say the wrong thing, I don't see the what's the word they use when the crisis of confidence, the no confidence vote. I don't see the impetus for a no confidence vote, either from the public or from even within his own party. I don't see. There are a few MPs speaking up about like immigration and some of these other issues that we have around us. They're like 1%. There's like what are they? It's 650 MPs still, is it? And there's like 6 MPs speaking up and against stuff. I'd like to think he wouldn't still be there in a year. I can't see how it happens. I don't know how we get from here to there. Unless this rent boy thing, I was going to use less polite language, but unless this rent boy thing becomes an actual scandal, unless it's truly revealed that his marriage really is a sham and she is a beard, I don't see it. I don't see how he goes. Lots and lots. It seems like a majority of people want him to go. The other thing is, you topple the prime minister, but you don't force a general election. The same party stays in power, and they just vote in their new next leader. And what changes? I really do believe that if you topple the prime minister, it should be a general election and a full, all the parties of a general election. It shouldn't just be up to the Labour Party to pick their next leader. And I'm the leader of the Labour Party, therefore I'm prime minister. No, we didn't fucking vote for you. The fuck are you? I think that's a major failing in the electoral system at the minute. It's a side issue, but it's but going back to how does Keir go? How do we give him his marching orders? I say we. I've been out of the country so long, I don't even think I'm allowed to vote. I don't have an address, so there'd be no ballot papers anyway. But not sure. I'm scrolling. Are you on Android? I am, yeah. Everything's Android. There's Samsung. I won't touch Apple, to be honest. It's not my. I have an aversion to Apple. Two-finger drag might bring down the whole lot. Let me see. Not that time. Hold on, let me try again. Maybe I did it wrong. Well, the first go doesn't get anything. No, two-finger drag's not. Two-finger drag's not doing it. You say it's a setting, so maybe I can change it. I'll dig around. I haven't had time yet to sit down. What I generally do with any new computer, new device, new phone, get into the settings and go through every screen bit by bit by bit by bit. I haven't done that yet. So yeah, I'm still. So is the new version 7? I'm still on the one before. So, oh no, on here I'm not. On here I am up to date. So this will be UE7, won't it? Did I ever? Oh God! Did you ever hear this one? Indian couple come to Britain and settle, integrate. They have a kid. He's a lad, and they got to come up with a name. And they see Guy, Guy. They see Guy everywhere, and so they that's what they put on the paperwork when they do the birth certificate thing. But it's not how they pronounce it. They pronounce it gooey. So every time they're like in the doctor's surgery or dentist or whatever, and the receptionist is going to shout Guy, aren't they? Because that's how it looks, and they sit there. They don't even recognise that name. They've got no clue. And someone comes up and says, "No, your turn. Come on, come through." To them, he's gooey, Guy, gooey. To anyone who knows computers, that's graphical user interface, and it just always tickled me. It's not the greatest of anecdotes, but it is what it is. If you know, you know. If you hate the way the UE splits left and right, it's probably in the settings. I don't hate it. I dislike it. It's. I don't want to be having to think about am I left of centre, right of centre. Obviously, I'm far right. I'm a. What am I? A sexist. Yeah, all of the ists and phobes. Not only am I right, not only am I far right, I'm fucking correct. No, shut up. I will have a dig through all of these settings in the next couple of days, but I've got oh, yeah, the two finger swipe did swipe's not the right word, but yeah, the two finger drag didn't work. I'll get there. I'll get it customized to how I want it. Probably about a week before it breaks. Oh, my bum's going numb. I've been at this 4.5 hours, folks. I'm surprised there are still 9 of you here. If you've arrived recently and you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, I would implore you so to do. We're not going to break the record, which is 37. We did break it once, but just as I ended the stream, somebody backed out. We were on 38, somebody backed out, and we dropped down to 37 again. So we finished equal to the previous record. We're not going to get that today, but anyway, anyone who saw my video earlier, I was trying to invite new people to come and take a look. I don't know whether that worked or not. Probably wasn't helped by the fact that the first stream was an abortion of a stream. Thank God Karen gave me this tablet a couple of weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, whenever it was. I would have been cut off from you guys. I would have probably been taking the desperate measures and sticking pins into microphone holes like people are suggesting. I'd still rather not do that. I'd rather push some soapy water in or something, but I don't know. Not push water in, but wipe water past, and a little bit will get sucked in by osmosis, or what was the other word I used earlier? What do trees do? That's not osmosis. It's when thin channels suck water in. I can't remember the word now. I had it earlier. I used it earlier. What device are you talking about? I'm on a tablet at the minute. My phone stopped working properly. My phone, the microphone is kind of muted, and the speaker, one of the speakers, the main speaker at the bottom seems to have stopped working. Sound was only coming out at the top. So that's one device we're talking about. Samsung Z Flip 4, I believe Karen said. And this is a Samsung Galaxy Tab A9, I think. Yeah. It's I'm not going anywhere near the USB port. It would just be, I just want to brush some soapy water over there are two little ports, two little like pinprick, which I presume one or other, or maybe both, are microphones. I've no idea. One might be the main microphone, one might be for noise cancellation, background noise. There's still a chance, folks, that the phone's problem is software, and it's noise cancellation gone mad. That it's cancelling too much, and therefore my voice doesn't get into the phone for recording, into the camera, into the whatever, into the microphone. It's still possible it's a software glitch. I have had a few updates lately. I don't know. Give us a minute. I'm just gonna. Oh, my shorts. Oh, ouch. They've got creases in them, and they're stuck to the back of my. Not to the back of me. I'm not gonna. You don't need details. They're not stuck up the crack or anything, and I'm not being guillotined. When I was in the bed doing TrampCast the other week, TrampCast Hangout, I'd slouch, and my shorts wouldn't. And I would garrote the testes over time. Just leave it at that. I almost had the word for when water gets sucked into a narrow channel or into a... I know it. The words are almost there. It's flashing in front of me and I'm not getting it. How do trees get water to the top? It's that something reaction, something... That's not you, is it, Tina? Oh, that is. Oh, okay. It is her. It's my doggy. I can't easily get a light onto her. For people that are new here, is that? This won't be good enough. And I haven't got any other way. The tablet doesn't have a flash. The tablet doesn't have a light. I can reverse the camera. Oh, it's surprisingly good for what it is. There's my girl, Tina girl. Hey, look at the peoples. Jack Attack's here. Tina girl. It's a bit grainy, but it's actually lighter on screen than it is in real life. So despite despite not having is that in the that's in the groove. Despite not having a camera on the, which is the front, which is the back? Is the front facing camera the one that faces me, or is it the one that faces out in front of me? I haven't got the terminology nailed down for simple things like back and front. Why can I not remember the word for capillary? I said it earlier, and now I couldn't. Like 3 hours ago, for some reason, I don't know why, it cropped up in conversation. My brain is a. It's not the alcohol, before anybody says it. I still hate the way that this bit is brown and nothing else is. That's. I used to think it was me spilling coffee and dripping coffee out my mouth, but it's not. Capillary action. That is indeed the term I was after. Thank you, Andy. I presume you're Andy. I mean, it says Andy's computer tube, so I assume you're Andy. You could be an employee of such an establishment. You could be Fred. It just works at that place. But I will take a leap and assume you're Andy. Similarly with Pete, I'll assume that the handle Pete is a guy named Pete. It's software 100%. The muffled. It deteriorated over the back end of the of last night's stream, which could point to it being software, or it could have been like a bubble being sucked further in, or maybe an insect crawled into the microphone and got further and further up, causing more mufflation. Neologism alert. A new word invented. Mufflation. I do like a good neologism, especially when it's me doing the inventing. Jackie Tech says percussive maintenance. Let's. I got the bottom of the phone facing down. I'm slapping it against the heel of my palm. This way and that way. This away. That away. This away. My oh my. That was a kids' TV program, and I don't remember what. Raggy Dolls? Maybe? Or it could have been. What was there was a barge on a canal with two dolls on, a male and a female. They weren't the Raggy Dolls. Raggy Dolls, mating perfectly. Raggy Dolls, just like you and me. That was the Raggy Dolls. You know what's really frightening, folks? I was an adult when these things were on TV. When I was in my, late teens, early 20s, or maybe it's when I was at uni. That would be it, wouldn't it? I was at university. Me and the missus were at uni together. And, yeah, you'd get up some days in time to watch Countdown. Or you get up in time to watch kids' TV at the lunchtime kids' TV programs. And then there was a program called Late Lunch with Mel and Sue. Mel Gedroych and Sue Perkins. That I thought had disappeared into nothingness, and then Great British Baking, what's that called? Great British Bake Off came out, and suddenly they were back again. Pete will tune in again. Take care, my friend. Okay, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Okay, folks, let me explain. On a TrampCast Hangout, I will often come along with a couple of science or technology stories or topics to cover, and today not so much. I came in with nothing. There was a reason that I came live today. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the reason. I went live today because it's 7 days until, in 7 days' time, so next Thursday, this was Thursday, it was when I started, it's Friday now, but next Thursday will mark 3 years of being homeless in Torrevieja. I guess technically I was homeless a few months before that, but I stayed with a friend. I was kicked out of my apartment after my bank didn't let me have my money. For anyone who doesn't know, thousands of pounds in the bank. My bank don't accept I'm me. And so they've closed my bank account, declared it dormant. Yeah, let me backtrack. Main bank account, rainy day fund. Used up all main bank account during COVID. Rainy day fund. Suddenly need money. Go to get money from rainy day fund. Who the fuck are you? Well, I'm me, that's my money. Oh no, we don't know you. Nobody's touched this money in years. No. You're not you. To protect the owner of this money, we're not going to let you have it. The owner of this money will have to come and present himself into this particular branch in the UK with passport and other ID in order to get his money. But you're not him. Am I not? Okay. So to protect me and my money from me, they're not letting me have my money. And I suggested, well, can I go see a solicitor and prove that I'm me to him? Or to a notary public, I'll prove I'm me. Or maybe I can go to a policeman. I go to a police station and prove that I'm me. Or the court. Tell me what I will go and prove to somebody here that I'm me, and you can take that. Oh no, we can't take other people's word for it. No, you have to come back to Britain and prove that you're you. That's a little bit difficult. I've got a bit of a legal thing hanging over me. When I go to an airport, they arrest me. Or there's a 50-50 chance they'll arrest me. And who's without money, who's buying plane tickets that they're 50-50 not going to be able to get on? And I've got a dog. If I want to get home to Britain, the dog's going to be... I might get a 30 or 40 euro flight home. Dog is 500. And it's 50-50 whether I get home. Who's spending 600? Me and dog. Who's spending 600 for a 50-50 chance of getting home when you're a tramp living in a fucking field? The regulars will be bored. They'll be sick of hearing this shit. But that's the situation, guys. That's me. I am this guy. I am a tramp just sat in a field. I have a tent. The first 4 months I didn't have a tent. I was literally lying on the ground. Well, I had a... I had a mattress from, a sunbed around the swimming pool. You find a lot of those by bins. I had one of those. I had 2 picnic blankets that I could put on the ground, then put the mattress, the sunbed mattress, that's what I'll call it. I'll call it a sunbed mattress. Put that down. A few towels to act as blankets, and then wrap these picnic blankets over me. Lie with my head on my holdall, look up at the sky, and that would be me all night. In winter, 6 o'clock it goes dark. It doesn't get light until almost 8. And due to circumstances, this field flooded the first time I was here, the first night. Wiped out all my electronics. No radio, no phone, no watch, no light, no nothing. No nothing. So when it goes dark, sit here, lay here, look up at the sky. And that was me for months. So I am a tramp, I live in a field. I now have a tent within the field, which is nice. But I am still essentially in a field. I've got a dog who's disabled. Her back legs don't work. When she wants to go anywhere, I have to put a belt under her waist, wrap it twice around my arm, and pick her up off the ground. Front leg she walks, the back doesn't, and I carry her as far as I can before we have to turn around and come back. It's getting negative. I don't want to be negative. Banks are a pain in the ass. They are indeed, Andy. Yeah. Um, when they decide you're not you while you're in a foreign country, here's the kicker. The bank's name, Santander. Santander, a city in fucking Spain. Except the UK network, the UK set of branches, are a separate company to the company out here. They do collaborate and coordinate to some extent, I'm told. So if you lost your wallet while you're out here, you lose a card, you go to Santander and they will help you out. But you want to prove your ID to get access to your bank account. Oh, no, no, we're separate companies. We can't do that. Fuck you. One day I will fucking. I don't know. I will rail against them. I will get my own back in some way. Don't worry. I'm not going to become the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski? Maybe? My name's not not Ted and not Kaczynski. I'm not going to start setting bombs off in bank branches. But I'll write a book or make a fucking big video or do a documentary or I will fucking do something just to say, no, not right. That's not how it should have been. And do you know what they'll say? They'll say it never was. Oh, you must have just. Sorry, our representative who spoke to you just misexplained it. It should never have been that. If only you just. Fuck off. I did what you told me. No, no, you misunderstand. Or, oh, sorry, we misunderstood. No, no, it's not like that's not our system. That's not our process. You just know they're going to disclaim it and disavow it. Disavow, there's a good word. Bless you both. My girl, oh, there she is, yeah. Leave a bad Trustpilot review, because that'll change the world. Whoa! Our fly just hit the zapper. Okay, folks, 4:42. I think I'll maybe go until 5. We're down to just 6. Look, there's nobody here anymore. Maybe we'll end at 4:45. That's 2 minutes away. Do we end in 2 minutes or do I keep going for another quarter of an hour? Is basically the question, folks. I don't think there's much. I haven't got much in the way of conversation left. I'm a bit. I don't know what I'm a bit. There's a little bit of coffee here. That finished that. And there's only got about this much beer in the can. I don't quite get that, Tom. Thomas, where? So 4 hours 43 on the stopwatch, 3:46 on the clock. Yeah. Train tomorrow afternoon. Train or rain? If it's a train, where are you going? I know you were on your travels a while back, and I think you cut them short and went back home for some reason. Northbound. Okay, hold on. You're already at the north. There ain't any more north to go. You have to see Santa or the reindeers. You got Suomi over there, haven't you? The north of Norway and the north of Sweden and the north of Finland. The Suomi? I don't know how you pronounce it. The guys that look after reindeers in the Arctic Circle. Because you haven't got, you're right up there. You can't go far north. I might have my geography wrong. Okay, you've gone south for a while. You've been visiting the smoke, the big city. So now you're gonna head back. Okay, okay. You've gone south. You're gonna go back home, which is a little bit north. But you have been to the far north before. That's nice. That's nice. I'd love to experience some of that, but not for too long. Maybe maybe 2 or 3 days. Just 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 to experience it. I wouldn't want to be playing survival. Um, Especially in winter when it's like minus fucking 30 and minus 40. I don't even know. Well, once you get to minus 40, it doesn't matter whether you're talking Celsius or Fahrenheit, does it? They're the same. They cross roughly. If Jack Attack's still here, he'll tell me exactly at what point they cross. But I'll say minus 40 as a ballpark for where Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same. So it doesn't matter what units you use. Well, as long as you don't go with Kelvin. Oh, because Kelvin's crazy. Obviously, it's crazy. It was named after a British lord who tried to estimate the average temperature of the Earth. I think that's what he was trying to do when he invented that scale. And in fairness, considering the age he was living in and the technology available to him, he did a pretty good job, from what I remember reading. It's not really my field, but bad idea mixing drinks. It's the only way to drink. Don't tell a cocktail waiter that mixing drinks is a bad idea. It's his whole career. I'll shut up. I'll get my coat, as the saying goes. I'm trying to see. You can't really see the distinction here, can you? This was like down to the bone. This was shaved close. This was left a little bit longer, and this was left alone. But I'm not sure that after a day or two, I'm not sure there's much of a difference here. Coffee and beer. Yeah, I know. Coffee and beer, oh dear. I just finished. I had to finish it. It was a two-handed drinking stream from the start. I made the coffee during the first stream, didn't I? I didn't have it ready beforehand, so I made it during the stream, even though the microphone wasn't working. Tony T, what's happening, night owls? I think we were about, well, 2 minutes ago. I was thinking of calling it quits. See, not enough people hit the thumbs up. No. Oh, here's the thing I was celebrating today. I mentioned it yesterday, and I didn't go anywhere with it. I didn't make a big deal of it. In the last 28 days. So when I first started streaming, you make a video and like you put a 5-minute video out, and let's say 10 people watch it. Let's say 12 people watch your 5-minute video. 60 minutes of view time. 5 minutes times 12 people. If they watch it all the way through, which they don't, on average, people only watch halfway. But go with me. Go with the maths. 5 minutes, 12 people, 60 minutes, 1 hour of view time. And over time it builds. You get more people to watch, and maybe you make longer videos, and maybe you get more hours of view time. And YouTube track this thing not over a week, not over a month, but over 4 weeks, 28 days. And so each day's hours, you add them up and you get a number, and you get a graph. 28 hours of view time to begin with was like a dream. And then you think, no, wouldn't it be nice to get this many hours, that many hours? I've just hit the threshold of 1,000 hours of view time in the last 28 days. Now, to most YouTube channels and to most people, that's no big deal. If you can get, you know, 2,000 people to watch half an hour per month, it's minutes per day. It's nothing. Um, but to me, it is. I've always been a graph person. I like to watch. I like to watch the graph, the incline on the graph, and it is positive. It is going up. As I said yesterday, though, YouTube aren't that keen on live streams. They do it in order to compete with other platforms that were better at live streams. But YouTube's heart isn't really in live streams. They're not. They're not pushing the envelope. They don't have the best chat system. They don't have the best. My God, just trying to set the stream up. You can hit a roadblock in something and hit the back button, and it doesn't take you back to the previous screen. It just ditches all the settings that you've just entered and the last 10 minutes work you've just done. It takes 3 attempts to upload a thumbnail. And if for any reason you have to come back into the settings, it will ditch the thumbnail and it will ditch the start time that you've set for the stream. So when you click to save, it wants to go live right there and then. It forgot you said no, 10:30. It's clunky. It's shit. And yet somehow it's still like the leader of the pack overall. But just to go back, yeah, I've hit 1,000 hours. For a while, I wanted to hit 300 hours. Basically, even though it's 28 days, I view it as 30. So 300 was 10 hours of view time per day. It was like a goal for like the first 6 months. And then we hit it and stayed above it. And then you go, okay, well, maybe 600 hours, twice as much. And 900 wasn't really, I wasn't bothered with that because 1,000's a nice round number. And we did that, we hit that with yesterday's video appearing in the stats this morning. We topped 1,000. So that was part of the reason I wanted to come live. But it's 23 likes currently. What's the target on the live streams? It's 37 is the record. So we're not going to hit that today. I equaled it with a stream last week. I surpassed it. We were on 38 during the stream. And then this guy came in trolling me, and I told him where to fuck off to. And I think I banned him. And maybe he'd been one of the likes. So when I banned him, his like disappeared. And I ended up back on 37. I thought I had hit 38, but we didn't end the stream on 38. So the question is, which is the record? The 38 that I saw, or the 37 that I finished on? But there's no way we're going to get, no way, unless you've got like 10,000 followers and you can put out a tweet or a community post or something. we're not gonna challenge that today. Maybe some point in the next week. Maybe when I want to do a few videos in a week's time to mark the fact that it is 3 years. One of my biggest videos is 1 year homeless today. And I think if you're new to my channel and you go to my channel page, I think that's still the intro video, the video that is instantly made available to everybody. Once you're subscribed, once you've been there before, that doesn't get shown. But the second anniversary, I don't think I made such a big deal of. I don't think I did videos and things. This year, I'm going to react to some of my earlier videos. I'm also going to take the thumbnails and make like a slideshow kind of intro video. And maybe comment around some of those. I don't know fully what I'm going to do. I got to get on with it though, because I've only got 6 or 7 days left, haven't I? I've got to be ready. Oh well. Okay, folks. I'll give it another 5 minutes. So I'll end on 5 hours, which is 5 minutes away. They don't seem to. Not only do they not promote the live streams as much, if your channel becomes mainly live streams and doesn't do actual videos, you drop off the map. I put out a video yesterday for the first time in a week or two, proper actual video, not a live stream, but an actual video, and it didn't get any traction. It didn't go anywhere. It was ranked like 9 out of. If you've done YouTube, when you release a video, they give you some stats comparing this video's progress versus the last 10. And then you get like a ranking. Is this your best? If this is your best video, if this is seen by more people than your other ones, it's a number 1. If it's seen by fewer people than any other, it gets a 10. I released a video yesterday that I thought was quite good, and it was running at 9s and 8s. It didn't pop. It didn't go anywhere. This morning, it seemed to pick up steam a little bit, but if you don't get any traction in the first day, on the first day, it's less likely to go anywhere and have any significance. So that's where that was. Yeah. YouTube have copied a few feet. This the shorts in YouTube was TikTok. That's a thing. We better have a TikTok. So suddenly they do shorts, and they pay people nothing for them hardly. Whereas a normal video you get a euro or a pound or a dollar, whatever. Those are all. See again, within human measure terms, those are all the same now. There's hardly a difference between a dollar, a euro, and a pound. They will end up in parity within the next 5 years, probably. They'll all just equal each other within a cent or two or a penny or two. But going back to my point, TikTok was a thing, therefore they're going to do TikTok, and they pay nothing for it. A normal video, if you get 1,000 views, they'll pay you a pound, a dollar, a euro, maybe up to 3, 4, 5, depending on the category and how attractive it is to advertisers. People get 1 million views on some of their shorts and get paid like £5.60. Now, okay, they're shorts. They're not engaging people for hours at a time, or each individual video isn't. But it's still something. You shouldn't be getting paid nothing. Millions of views, and here's a £5. Orders of magnitude below where it should be. Okay, folks, 458 on the counter. We're after 4 o'clock in real life. I'm just going to give it another 2 minutes. I will try and finish in the tradition of the channel by lighting up Tina. Not sure. I might have to use the flash from the phone and then the camera from the tablet. It's a bit clunky. YouTube Studio is a bit. The app is a bit of an abortion. The web page has a little bit more ability, but if I try and go to YouTube Studio web page, I get redirected to the app unless I go to the login page, and then I can log in, and I can do a few of those end screen things with the cards and with some of the bits, add some of the features. When I do a live stream, I can't set playlists and things beforehand. I can only do that after. And at the end of the live stream, YouTube deletes the thumbnail and I have to add it a 4th time. It takes me 3 times to load the thumbnail before, and afterwards they delete it and I have to load it again. It's a right old balls up. You sound like you're very observant. Keep observing what is happening with your video. Keep observing what is happening with your videos and work out the art of optimization through key. I used to build websites, so I'm very aware of search engine optimization and all of that stuff. I do a moderate amount of optimizing. I don't chase it too much because if you refine right in on how the algorithm is, and then they move the algorithm, and you're fine tuned here but they're over there. It's a losing game trying to chase the algorithm. Do the basics, do the main stuff, leave it at that, and the rest, in the long run, over the long run, on average, should take care of itself. Okay, folks, I thank you for your company tonight, and thank you for being here. And it was, like I said, it was intended as a little bit of a celebration of this 1,000 hours over 4 weeks. I guess by going longer, it's only a few of you here, but we bump up those hours still. We bump up those hours. It'll probably fall over the next week or 3. I won't be able to maintain it. We did have one live stream that was 140 hours of watch time all on its own. That was the one where we had just after we had the vet out to Tina. It's also the one where I fell out with Chipmunk temporarily. I sat here and got drunk, apparently. Not until the last quarter of an hour of the stream. I haven't watched the last 20 minutes. I daren't. But I've watched it back. It's like 5.5 hours. I watched it back until just before that point. Cans of beer, folks, and then I had a bottle of wine laying around, and I decided that there was a chance my girl was going to be getting better because we'd had a vet. So I cut loose a little. For what it's worth, just don't watch the last 20 minutes of that one. Not sure what that was. 20, what's it? This is 28. That might have been TrampCast Hangout 25 or 26. Not sure, folks. Anyway, I'm going to call it quits here. Have a good one, everybody. Who's here? Andy, Tony, Thomas. Andy, Tony, Thomas. I don't know if Jack's still here. Jack Attack may be lurking in the background. He was here not too long ago. 3:50 is about, what, quarter of an hour ago? Yeah. Okay, folks, let me see whether I can do this thing. I'm going to try. I'm going to take this. I'm going to try and shine a light over there with this one. Oh, it's not that. There's a distance involved. And then I'm going to reverse this, and I'm going to say, in the tradition of the channel, you've got to have traditions, folks. Who are we if we don't have our traditions? We have to protect our traditions. This is a tradition of the channel. Here we go. It's a bit blurry, and I can't touch the screen to make it focus because I've got the light that's shining is back here. From Tina. Oh, that doesn't turn the light off. Did on the old phone. I'll have to rush that. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Oh, hand in front of the camera. Out. Catch you later, folks. See you soon.